Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. Y'all already know what it is. We back with another one of them things. You know what time it is, man. We about to discuss a whole lot of Liangelo Ball, a whole lot of Charlotte Hornets, a whole lot of Lamelo, a whole lot of G3, y'all, because I think we've come to a conclusion of the preseason. So, I mean, it's about time for a verdict. You know, we had a couple of games, a few minutes, you know, that was scattered around that we will be able to analyze and really decipher to really figure out what's truly going on and what's going to happen with his destination. We would love to hear everybody's input tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We calling on the world, all of the fans that love Triple B's, all of the fans that love Lonzo Ball, Lamelo Ball, Liangelo Ball. We got $1 million questions, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to need $1 million answers. Like I said, G3, I got the utmost confidence that something positive is going to come from all of this. We got to understand something very clear, ladies and gentlemen. It's not like the Hornets got many options. You know, I believe Liangelo Ball is safe, you know, and tonight we're going to discuss many reasons why. And like I said, you already know it's Flight Sports, so you're going to hear multiple sides of the spectrum on this. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. I need everybody to hit that like button. If you knew, you done stumbled to the right place. Most definitely hit that subscribe button. It's Flight Sports TV. Listen, before we get started, we got all access in the building. Dex, talk to the people. We live.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest shit in these streets. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. And shout out to everybody that's pulling up Flight Sports block, parking their cars, double park, or however. Just get here. Big ups to you and salute to everything that you got going on that leads to positive endeavors. Flight.
Yes.
Flight. Young man, Flight.
I'm here with you.
Liangelo Ball. Brace yourself, Flight.
Talk to him.
Liangelo Ball, G3, G Honcho, corner pocket. The sniper is still alive in Charlotte. He's not dead yet. They have not dead in Liangelo Ball. He's still a member of the Charlotte Hornets despite the travesty of not getting any minutes against the 76ers. Despite the travesty of getting 5 minutes in crunch time, however, against the Washington Wizards. Liangelo Ball is still alive and kicking and is in well shape, and his spirits are high. So all you guys that brought up the coffin, all you scandalous guys that brought out a coffin for Liangelo Ball, I say put it back in the hearse. Put that coffin back in the hearse, that 6'6" coffin that's geometrically designed to bury Liangelo. Flight, they got to put it back in the coffin, Flight, because he ain't ready. He is not ready. You know what Marvin Gaye said? Oh, if I should die tonight, I live my dreams. But nevertheless, Flight, I can't sing as good as Rave. You know, Rave was brought up in the church. Even though he tried to be gangster, we know Rave's a choir boy. But nevertheless, Rave can defend himself when he gets here. Flight, the Charlotte Hornets is in peril. It's 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 almost like driving across the highway and you're smooth, you're listening to your jazz, everything is copacetic. Then all of a sudden, there's a orange sign that says detour. And you look and be like, detour? What the hell? And it kind of disrupts your flow. It upsets your frequency. So now you're a little agitated. And this is what the Charlotte Hornets are feeling as an organization, that is. Not no one individual player, but as an organization, Flight. They feel that somehow this preseason went off on a detour, somewhat of a tangent, but I won't go as far as defining it as a tangent. I'll just say a detour because the injury bug has struck early. And that injury bug, Flight, has struck our boy Lamelo Ball. So in the midst of Charlotte Hornets trying to coalesce the talent and trying to aggregate the flow of these young men, I'm not talking about the veterans, aggregate the flow of these young men, it seemed to be flailing away. One thing about basketball, there's an old adage that says you play like you practice. You play like you practice. So if that is clear evidence of what we're seeing of some of these ugly basketball players, why are they getting so many minutes if that old adage applies? You play like you practice. If they in practice playing this way, how on God's green earth do they get the minutes that they get unless that's the best the Charlotte Hornets have to offer? These young players, I won't call out by name, but y'all know who they are. Y'all seen them in action. And it's often very difficult to keep your eyes spat on the screen because you know you're looking at something that's not supposed to be. And that is bad basketball. So is this a reflection on the coach, coaching staff, organization, or just downright the individual player or players? Because really, this is a pluralistic manifestation of bad basketball. Individually, but collectively amongst the players. So I just want to ask the question, why are these bad, ugly basketball players disrupting sacred geometry? That's what they're doing, Flight. They're disrupting sacred geometry because basketball is based on geometry. Those of us that know. See, a lot of great coaches teach basic geometry and instill in a concept of how geometry applies to basketball on all levels. And when we watch some of these young players from the Charlotte Hornets, we don't get that, Flight. We don't get that. It's like they're absent of knowing what and how to apply sacred geometry while they're on that rectangle, 90-foot floor parquet, shiny, sealed, but not delivered. When you watch Charlotte basketball, you be more concentrated on the design of the floor and sometimes their uniforms. Because the basketball that's coming out of there is not conducive to sustain a winning season. You can get streaks. You can have some winning streaks, like you can have winning streaks playing bad basketball because you catch a team on a certain nights, catch a team on some injuries, and you can walk away with a win playing bad basketball. It's almost like this is a rec league, and it's almost like these young players are giggling at those who know basketball. They're poo-pooing on information and guidance and instructions on how to get better. I don't know what is the ingredients in the syringe that Cliffy is trying to insert in these guys. A lot of their frequency level is very, very low. And I'm quite sure that that's aggravating to coaches who've been around the league at different junctures while the league was going to transitions with different kind of players. And the reason why I'm harking on the Charlotte Hornets is because I want Lamelo Ball to swell and do well. I want Liangelo Ball to swell and do well. Unfortunately, Miles Bridges is not there, so he's an absentee ballot, I guess. But when everything comes back, I want him to do the same. I was very, very unaugmentatious when it came to Miles Bridges and his contract situation. That dilemma created a dark cloud over an organization who is snake bitten. Even though it played out advantageous to the administration of the Charlotte Hornets financially, so maybe their hesitancy on going forward with Miles Bridges as a face or co-face of the franchise was justified. They put PI on these players. They put PIs on these players. Everybody knows that. Because this is a billion-dollar industry. And players are getting paid buku loads of money.
It's big business.
Very big business, like enormous business. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about mammoth enormous, like orca enormous. You follow what I'm saying? We all know the whale orca. Those of us who ever saw that movie or read the book, Orca the Killer Whale. But nevertheless, my good brother Flight, the Charlotte Hornets have to sever ties with some of these bad draft picks. But when you got an ancient relic in the office like Mitty, is based on ego. Because last we checked, according to Mitty, I'm a champion GM. I won several championships. Even though he got a boost, from that syringe of Jerry West, gave him a boost and gave him an out. Because it was looking very disastrous over there in LA with Kobe in his prime. Jerry West, who drafted Kobe. Oh, excuse me. He didn't draft Kobe. I take that back. Jerry West, who traded for Kobe. And he traded for Kobe from the Charlotte Hornets, Charlotte Bobcats, or wherever they was at the time. With Vlade Divac. So he felt it was a necessary evil to do what he did as Memphis GM to give up Paul Gasol for remnants of basketball players. And it worked out on the behalf of his genuine trade. Vlade Divac for Kobe, I think, was a ninth pick, first round ninth pick or 10th pick, somewhere in there, lottery pick for sure. Wanted to see his prodigy win without Shaq. And it happened. So, Mitty, I don't know if you can just assume credit in totality, because when Jerry West officially broke ties with the LA Lakers, you were signing contracts like Mozgov, Lou Alding, people like that. Slave Medvedinko. Don't forget, that's your paintbrush on the legacy of the Los Angeles Lakers. So now when we get over here to Charlotte, Charlotte was a playoff team, Mitty. They was a playoff team. And when Mitty gets there, what happens? A precipitous drop. They get rid of Cliffy, hire James Borrego. And just recently he won over 35 games, which was a plus to him. But they couldn't get no further than a play-in. They got cream pied, pause, in both play-in games by two different teams. And neither one of those teams were really formidable. You can't say the Indiana Pacers was a good, solid team. You can't say the Atlanta Hawks last season was a solid team. Because as soon as they got past the Hornets, they got past Cleveland, and they ran up against the behemoth of a human being, Joel Embiid, and he sent them home packing. Never was really a threat to be beaten by the Atlanta Hawks. But this is the same Atlanta Hawks team that dog walked the Charlotte Hornets. Same with the Indiana Pacers. The Indiana Pacers took the Charlotte Hornets around the woodshed. It was a massacre. They went up against the Washington Wizards the next game, and the Washington Wizards took them around the woodshed. A massacre. So that eventually caused James Borrego his job, those two defeats, because he felt that his voice couldn't uplift the Charlotte Hornets to the next stage. And now they had turmoil with the coaching hiring. Cliffy came in and said, trust me, let me have this. I believe in Cliffy. I believe in Cliffy. Because Cliffy is doing everything that we wanted a coach to do. Give Lamelo the keys, let him run out there and do his thing. Unfortunately, he got injured. Now people say Cliffy shouldn't have let him play so much. Well, hell, Joel Embiid played the last game, and I think he played all the way to the third quarter. This guy was an iota of winning the MVP. And he played all preseason game and the last one up until the third quarter. So what do you want? You can't have your cake and eat it too. What you want? You want Lamelo to have the keys. You want Lamelo out there playing. Because if Lamelo wasn't playing in the preseason, then you guys would have been complaining about that. Oh, he's doing the same thing James Borrego, playing with Lamelo minutes. Understand, these type of people, they're never satisfied. Listen to what I just said. These type of people that flip-flop on discussions, on debates, and on dialogue, and even on content. Can't trust them. Can't trust them. You better not do no capers with them. They will put you so far up underneath the jailhouse, they'll have to pump daylight to you. You can't do no capers with them because the federal prosecutor would have to slap them in the face and tell them, stop talking so much. We got enough information. Put your stick in the sand and stake your claim. I'm saying Jello is safe. What are you saying? No, you won't commit. You're too ambiguous. You want to be fork tongued. You got a lot of debauchery in your takes. That's damn near treacherous, if you want to put it like that. I'm saying Jello is safe. I'm saying Lamelo is safe. All this doubting, putting doubt and casting doubt on Lamelo, you guys got to put your demons back in your pocket and stop casting out aspersions on something that don't even deserve it. You guys are always out there casting spells. If they look hard enough, they'll see that Ouija board sitting on the floor. Watch yourself out here, YouTube. Watch who you watch what umbrella you want to get under when it's raining. Listen to them talk out of both sides of their mouth. 1 minute Lamelo was all world, now Lamelo is being doubted because he twisted his ankle. How many players have twisted their ankle this year already? Because Cliffy played him that you felt and extra minutes and it was extraneous on his body. We just got through seeing Giannis playing. Giannis played overseas. Luka played overseas. LaMelo ain't play overseas. LaMelo was just in the gym with Bone Collector and Jello. So what do you want? Because you obviously you can't be pleased, you can't be satisfied, because you walk around with too much dissatisfaction, but you don't really want to see the change. So now you're stuck in a quagmire and you're blowing like a leaf in the wind, whatever way the winds, whatever direction of the wind, that's the way the leaf is going to flail, wailing in the wind. Get these people that claim they know so much, who claim to be aficionados of the game or of the team, and tell them to plant their stick if they know. If you know, you know, right? Or you're trying to do a number on the people. If you ain't trying to do a number on the people, place your stake in the sand and stand by it and commit yourself to the wheels fall off, like we do at Flight Sports TV. I'm talking about the inner circle of Flight Sports TV, not just people coming on the panel wishy-washy. That's just part of the program. It's good for TV. Jello is safe in North Carolina. The state of North Carolina have given Jello a huge hug. Okay, let's get down to the tail of the tape. Thank you for listening to that monologue.
Yeah.
Flight. Listen, Flight. I got some disturbing news.
Whoa,
I got
what's
good
that?
news and I got bad news.
Oh man.
Okay, we know the
I don't like
Charlotte
the
Hornets
sound
didn't
of it.
win. We know the Charlotte Hornets didn't win one game in the preseason. That's okay. That's not no big deal. To me, that's not a big deal. I'm with Marvin, Unstoppable. I'm with those guys on that. To Rave, to a certain extent, I'm with those guys on that. No, really no big deal. The only thing that is fluffy with this 0-4 record is the bottom 10. When you see those bottom 10 guys come in, you don't feel comfortable, regardless of what the score is or what junction the game is being played. When those guys come in the lineup and get on that parquet floor, you do not feel comfortable. And then when you look across the aisle, the bottom 10 of the other team is still playing basketball. They might not be as good as the top 10, but they still play basketball. You don't even know who these guys are, and they still play basketball. So when we talk about young guys in their development, this is where I separate from some of the panel members, because the last that I checked, development means to get better at a craft, a skill, a work. And what I mean by get better at, I don't care if you miss every single shot. That's not the premise of development. Development is to stay within the sacredness of geometry. That's what development is. Stay within the sacredness of geometry. And for some reason, I don't know why it is so difficult for these young athletes to grasp that. Why is it so difficult for these athletes to understand that? Because when we look on this other side of the aisle, we seeing those young players over there stay within the sacredity of geometry. Lamelo Ball has played aggressive basketball. That's what we want to see from him. His aggression led to an injury because it was on the drive. It was on the penetration. Led to an injury. So that's why I'm not hot under the collar about that, because this is what we want to see from Lamelo, that he's not afraid to take it into the teeth of the defense and make something happen for his team. That's great and that's groovy. But the bad news, Flight, is James Booknight.
Man,
But
that's a nightmare.
before I get to James Booknight, I want to also highlight Nick Richards, the jamming Jamaican, the Jamaican giant. He is playing extraordinarily well, and he is right there on the cusp of snatching that starting lineup. That starting position from Mason Plumlee, especially since Mason Plumlee is out. It's a possibility that when Mason comes back, he might be rotating off the bench. James Booknight.
Oh no.
I couldn't wait to get to him. I like James Booknight. I like how Dave James always parade James Booknight. He's a BX cat. Shout out to the BX. But Flight, James Booknight is having a horrible preseason.
You can make this out.
The man finished preseason shooting 25% from the field and 16% from the three. And he had more turnovers than assists.
Oh man.
But he had one high note. We have to put this in there because we can't poo-poo that. His one high note that he did have a strong 11-point quarter in the Hornets' final preseason game. He had 11 points in the fourth quarter. So I don't know what's got to give here, but something is extremely wrong. And I'm emphasizing the word extremely because they have high hopes and expectations for James Booknight. That's a lot of height and a lot of athleticism. It seems to be going by the wayside. And when you see that the Charlotte Hornets as a team shot 39% from the field and 22% from the three-point line, isn't that a recipe for Jello? Is not a quality recipe that's beckoned for Liangelo? Could could we listen? Could we get an amen? If you shooting that dismal from the 3 point line and you got a sniper, shouldn't that give way to Jello?
I'm trying to tell you.
Somebody help me here, Flight.
Man, somebody got a lot of explaining to do. This shit is downright sad. This makes absolutely no sense. Dude said James off night. That's a that's how you look at, man. Listen, James Booknight got to get it together, man. His career, man, it's crazy. It's his second year. It's just not looking too good, man. He's a top, what is the 11th overall pick. They brought this man in to play alongside Lamelo, at the very least be a very good six man. It doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. I want to hope that when it's the start of the regular season on the 19th against the San Antonio Spurs and beyond, I want to hope that I see a different level of intensity, not only from himself, but other people. There's a lot of people that need, I want to see a different level of intensity. They're going to need it. I just want to hope that. I don't want to hope that this is what's going to be charted out there at the start of the regular season, that they're going to play at the same level, because truly something got to change, because this thing could get like berserk quick. And that's the last thing we need. We already know we got the breaking news report on LaMelo Ball. He'll be out. He'll be missing the first couple of games, handful of games. We want to hope he's back sooner than later. But nonetheless, that puts the Charlotte Hornets potentially behind the 8 ball. Nobody wants to see the Hornets behind the 8 ball, but that's what it's looking like. Who can they overcome any of these games? Does anybody have any hope that they can go into San Antonio on the 19th and get that win? What if they do? I think that'll be a good look for Charlotte. I think they're gonna play to do it. This team, to me, the way it's currently constructed, is a team to me like outside of LaMelo. The team is built to compete in the Charlotte standards, but they're just not a good enough competitive team. But they didn't. They did. Well, I want to hope that the Hornets organization isn't just deliberately trying to throw this season. To me, it looks like they just gave all that they have. They really can't do much else, and this is the best roster they could put together. That's what I truly think is the case. And like I said, this is going to be tough, especially in this wild Eastern Conference. I believe that the Hornets could possibly lock up and sneak that game in San Antonio, but that game in New Orleans, man, that's gonna be tough. We want to hope that maybe the New Orleans Pelicans will take the night off and maybe let the Charlotte Hornets mess around and get in there and steal one. That's what I would hope. But who knows that? Who knows how it's gonna play out. I just feel like the Hornets are just getting snake bitten early. They already was gonna go through a lot of adversity minus Miles Bridges. And I'm hearing something supposed to go down with that. Who knows how that'll play out, positively or negatively, on his future with the Charlotte Hornets. Obviously the situation is what it is. We don't know until we get the verdict on what's happening you know. And I wonder. I don't know. That's in the chat as well. What if something potentially was to happen with Miles Bridges positively with his situation, and maybe he was able to come back? How does that work? Do they suspend Miles Bridges, or does he just come straight back? How does this work? Does anybody know? Dex, do you know? And let me know in the chat as well, because that's a hell of a question on Miles Bridges, because I feel like the Hornets, they could either get a trade exception, potentially, or something. I feel like the NBA should step in and give him something, because we've seen other organizations receive certain things when things like this happens, whether it's injury, whether it's whatever. The NBA usually opens up something, like I said, it's usually like a trade exception. I'm not sure, or maybe an extra mid level or more money on the mid level. There's a lot of different options that usually take place when you're in a situation like this. We got the legendary FYF Sports Debates in the building. What's the deal, FYF?
Yo,
What's
hey,
good?
I'm chilling. Hey, why y'all so tough on Booth night? Like, when he got drafted, he was always looked at as a long-term project. He
Okay.
was never a guy that was ready to go right out the gate. He was always
Right.
looked at as a 3-4 year project.
Okay.
I mean,
But no,
I
that's not
mean,
necessarily the case. I can't say that a 3 or 4 year
no, that,
project. I thought that this guy Book Knight, he was brought in to at the play alongside Lamelo Ball. They don't draft this guy. I believe that the Hornets thought that this guy should be replacing Terry Rozier in the next year, 2 or 3. Do you see any of that in the cards? Will it be an upgrade even at
I mean,
Terry Rozier at his age now? I mean, these are the questions that we have to ask ourselves.
I don't think they brought him in to replace Terry Rozier because
No.
they gave
Oh,
they
God,
gave
I'm
Terry
sorry.
Rozier all that money. I mean,
Okay.
you don't draft a Book Knight saying he's going to replace Terry. You draft him to add to the depth of your team
Well,
and
yes,
make
that's
your
where I
team
was
better.
going. Yeah, but he was drafted there to either play alongside LaMelo Ball or at
No,
the very least be a high level 6 man.
no, he was drafted to be. He was always a project. He was looked at as a
Uh,
project. Like if you could just go back to the draft, everybody
we're
that
gonna have to
talked
we're gonna
about
we're
Book
gonna have
Knight.
to double check this.
Yeah, everybody, like if you go back and listen to that draft before Book Knight was drafted, everybody talking about Book Knight said he's talented, but he's
Right.
going to be a project. He's not. Nobody looked at him as NBA ready. He had a lot of promise. If he
Right.
hits his peak potential, he could be good, but he's far from a finished product. And I think
No,
that's how they
this
looking
guy
at him.
is a project. I don't know if that's how I would have to look back to see how his draft process went. But I don't think this guy was brought in to be some project the way you making it seem. The man is
No, that's how
22
he was
years
looked at.
old. He was a high level scorer at UConn. So I mean, he was brought in to do something offensively. Do you know what he's given the Hornets and the NBA offensively? Have you checked that?
No, he's only played what 30 games last year with the Hornets.
Yeah, he averaged 4 points on 30. Yeah, 9 minutes. So he only played 31 games, 9 minutes. I mean, that was not really a good case. He was snake bitten by the situation. I was just stating before because I know
I mean,
everybody's watching the preseason. I want to
I
hope
mean, when
that
you
we
looked
don't
at him
see
in the
that.
G League, I mean, he was
Okay.
putting up what, like 25 a game in the G League.
I
I
would
mean,
have to double check that if it was 25 again.
it was up there. It was high.
He put some points up. I don't know if it was 25 again.
It was over 20 a game. Let's just do that. It was definitely over 20 a game. He was in the G League balling. I mean, probably not as efficient as you want it to be, but that's the only way you got to go develop these guys. So, I mean, I don't mind Booth Knight. I like that he's aggressive. He's far from perfect. But I mean, he's gonna be there. He's gonna be. I thought I saw a lot of promise out of him this preseason.
You did? What did you see
I
that
did.
was so promising?
I saw a ton of glimpses, man.
Well,
He's
tell
not
me.
scared. He's not scared to compete. I mean, he's not scared to take tough shots. He can make tough shots on top of that. I mean, he struggles defensively at times, but he's much better. You can tell that he's improved from last year defensively. I mean,
Wow.
he's turnover
I
prone,
don't
but
know.
you're gonna have to develop him, and that's why I think Clifford is there. He's a developmental coach. He's gonna develop some of them players.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I was just stating on his case. I want to hope that the preseason is no indication of what we're going to see. This man averaged 15 points per game. At UConn. 4 rebounds, 1 assist on 45% shooting. This guy wasn't brought in to average 4 points. He clearly showed some promise offensively. He's from Brooklyn. 6'5". This kid's got talent, man. I just hope that it comes into fruition. Who knows if it's gonna happen in Charlotte? We talk about the development and all this, that, and the third. There's so many people that they have to develop. We gotta stop acting like it's just one person here. I mean, there's so many people that's a fucking project. You got PJ Washington, you got who else? You got Book Knight, you got McGowan's. I mean, there's projects all over the motherfucking place, man. Excuse me, but I'm just saying, just to look at this, the way you do it through your lens, like I said, I don't agree with all the stuff that you're saying. I feel like Book Knight was brought in to produce. He wasn't brought in to sit on the shelf. And whenever you get ready, we'd love to plug you in. Pause. It just
Hey,
didn't work like that.
tell me
So,
tell me another top 15 pick that sat in the G League most of the year. Then That's how you know he was always a project. Not too many top 15 picks are sitting in the G
I
League.
think I know, but I mean, not too many people drafted number 11th overall are sitting in the G League either. You know, not too
So
many.
that's how
But
you know he was always a project. He was always
what if he
coming out
delivered?
the draft.
If this dude produced, he got equitable time. I mean, he didn't just get screwed around day one. You know, this man was brought in and given some range until he was made some issues. And like I said, he bumped heads with the coach. You know, he obviously was done a slight disservice. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, but if he would have delivered the goods, you know, in the beginning, you know, he wouldn't have never even went to the goddamn G League. You know, so the choice is his.
So
If
he'll
he's
be
back
fine.
and forth, there's no reason why he shouldn't be back and forth in the G League this year. Really, none of these dudes. They
Well,
really can't afford
he's going to be back and forth in the G League because one,
it.
they're loaded with
That's
a
a
ton of
problem.
guards.
That's a
They're loaded
problem.
with guards.
That's a serious problem, FYI.
No, they're loaded. I mean, they got a ton of guards. I mean, and he has to figure out what is his position. Is he a two? Can he play the one? Because Terry Rozier, at least you can move him around from the one to the two.
Terry Rozier is not he gonna be going soon.
Not going to be going soon.
In my opinion, I could see Terry Rozier out of there in the next year or two. Tops.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, we
I just
looking at what if you
I
look
don't
at
feel
what
like
Charlotte's
you
doing.
got McGowan's there. You got who else? I mean, at some point you gotta let these young guys get in there.
I mean, they are. I mean, they're grooming him now. Nick Richards look like he's getting
Terry,
better.
Terry Rozier strikes me as a guy he can go play for a championship team. Like the Lakers could use Rozier.
Yeah, but how many teams are going to take Terry Rozier on at $20 million a year?
Oh
That's the
man, they'll
big
find
key.
somebody.
No, it's not as easy as it sounds. That's $20 million a year is a nice chunk of change. So somebody's going to really have to want Terry Rozier, and he has multiple years left. It's not like it's expiring.
Right.
I mean, you really gonna have to really want Terry if you want that 20 mil a year. Like so, it's Charlotte might be stuck with that. They might be stuck with that. That's not the greatest deal. So
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Shout out my man Quiz in the chat and King C. So out of all of this, stop messing around in circles. What is
yeah,
your opinion on what's up with Jello? You know, what's the verdict? What's going to happen with him? You know, will he be a member of the Charlotte Hornets on the 19th in San Antonio?
I mean, obviously, I never believed that he would. He didn't fit the MO of what Charlotte, the type of player that Charlotte is looking for right now. And so I never believed they were seriously looking at him to be on the roster. They, as you can see in the preseason, they didn't really even give him a real look. I mean, 14 minutes in 5 games and then 2 DNPs. You know, and the one thing that hurts him to me is whenever he's on the court, I feel like the fans turn it into a circus because when he scores, it's like he hit a game winner. I mean, you should expect this man is a scorer. You're supposed to expect him to score. I don't hear anybody going crazy when Crutcher makes a floater. Like I don't hear anybody going crazy when McGowan's like other guys who were barely making this roster when they score, you don't go crazy. But when Liangelo scores, it's a circus. Like he just hit a game winner. It's like when Dennis Rodman would score a layup in a game. Everybody's ooh and ah and wow. And it's just like this man is a scorer. You should expect that. I mean, it's just I don't know. He don't fit Charlotte. He don't fit what they got going on. They don't. I mean, Jello kind of looks a little bit out of it himself. He has bad body language. He's not talking very much. He didn't really participate in the team scrimmage.
No, I think that's kind of tough to say that he had bad body language. I disagree with that. I thought that Liangelo Ball, of course, listen, you're not playing. You're playing 4 minutes. I mean, goddamn. I mean, there's only so much, you know, smiling around you could do. I mean, at some point, this man he flew down there to play basketball. He was in Boston to play. You know, he flew to wherever the hell. Where did they play last game? I forgot where the hell it was at. Wherever, but I mean, he was supposed to be playing. You know, it's crazy. What? I mean, I'm just saying, Jello was not. I just feel like You talking about his bad body language. To me, I thought that Jello was maneuvering the basketball, being, together with his teammates. I just think that's tough to say. I just have to
Here-
I have to challenge
Here's
that.
here's the problem.
What's the problem?
Here's the problem. When you're pushing to be a 14th or 15th man on an NBA team, it's
Okay.
not your job to worry about playing. Your job is to be the loudest one on the bench, have the most positive body language when the coach calls timeout, be the first one running out. When your number gets called, you run out there enthusiastic and energized, doing all the intangibles, not necessarily even worried about scoring. And I just don't see that. Now, maybe the coaching staff sees something that I don't see, but from what I saw, I don't see that. He does zero intangibles. And the only
Well,
thing it seems like he wants to do is catch and shoot. That's it.
I can't say
Because
that
he
because
has
I
absolutely,
can't say
and I'm,
that
I'm being
because
honest,
no, you're
he
not
has
being honest.
absolutely
That's
no
what
value on the basketball court when he doesn't have a basketball in his hands.
I can't say
He
that.
can't
That's not
play
true.
help
No,
defense.
listen, stop. Wait a
He
second.
can't play
This
make.
not.
He can't set
Listen,
screens.
that's
I'm
not.
just telling the truth. Like,
Listen, I know, but let me. That's
he
your
has
truth.
no value when the ball is not in his hands. None.
Uh,
That's a fact.
Let me let him
And you
talk.
prove me different. He cannot defend. He had a 122 defensive rating in the G League, the worst defender in the G League. Right?
Well,
Can't
like I
defend,
said,
can't
listen.
play
No,
make,
we'll have to double check those
can't
numbers like
dribble,
you just said
and
on
he's
the G.
really not that good of a catch and shoot shooter. As you can see, he missed every three that he took.
Right. Now, what I need to tell you is this: he did miss those 3 pointers. You understand? I'm not gonna sit up here and play with you. That was pretty unfortunate for him. But I tell you what, that was 4 minutes. Listen, Liangelo Ball could have received ample playing time last game that just passed. In my humble opinion, but it didn't happen. The man didn't play at all. I mean, how much can you do? It was one game where he did receive ample minutes where he didn't just go for the shot. I seen Liangelo Ball one game. I think it was the second game that he played, because the first game he was very offensive. He let the shot go a lot. The second game I seen him passing the basketball. It was times where it was time for a rebound. I seen Liangelo Ball corral into the paint. Was he going to get the? Did he get the rebound? No, but he was tipping it. He was deflecting it. I seen Liangelo Ball doing a lot of things. So to say the intangible, I just think you're just going way off the rails. Did Liangelo Ball have a great preseason? No. Do we need somebody to tell you that? I'll tell you that right now. It was not the best preseason imaginable, that maybe people would like. But I tell you what, Liangelo Ball did do things on the floor, and I'm telling you, he has not been cut yet. And let's see what happens. The way the Hornets are like kind of arranged right now, you know, they don't have nothing really. Who the hell they got coming in? Why is there a real need to
They,
send Jello back to? Oh, stop! Is it a
they
real
got
need?
15
Oh, stop!
players.
Wait a second. Wait a
They got
second.
15 players
I
already.
understand you. Listen. I gave you the floor. You were just going on and on, so that's why I had to come in on you. Pause. You basically are trying to. You telling my
I can't
audience.
rant like
You
that.
telling. No, you can't. So,
hold
so
on, FYF. Let Flight cook a little bit. He's trying to fight back here. Let's give the brother a
yeah,
chance.
yeah. Like I said, I mean, I'm not fighting back. I'm just speaking the facts. I mean, like I like this conversation, and I'm ready for it. And I like that what's going on with FYF. But I mean, FYF, sometimes you just be going a little way too far to say that he has no value. He has no this. This man no matter what the fuck you saying, you've been wrong every step of the way. You understand? Stop. Don't even say nothing. Everything you said to be a lie. Now,
Like, that's not true.
stop. Yeah, yes. Well, I'm talking about in terms of
That's not true.
not everything in totality. We know you doing a lot of big things on the NBA side and the NFL, all that good. I'm talking about with Jello.
That's not
That's
true
what I'm
either. I've
talking
been
about.
right.
That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about. We know what you do. I'm talking about all the shit you was talking about with Jello has been a lie.
Like,
Go ahead.
Okay, let's go back to when Summer League started. I told you guys, Cello's not going to play.
No, you
What
said a
happened?
lot of things. You see, you can't
No,
pick
no, no,
and
no, no,
choose
no,
what
no.
you want
Let's
to
just
highlight.
summarize it.
No,
Let's
stop.
just go to
You
my
summarizing. You're picking and choosing what you.
no. Let's just go to my
You
key
said
points.
50 million things. How you gonna
No,
say
I
your
didn't.
key point? Yes, you did.
No, I
You
didn't.
said that Jello was not going to be on the Charlotte Hornets, which was a lie.
He's
You
not.
said He's on the Charlotte Hornets. He's
No,
on the team right
hold
now.
on.
What the
Being
hell are
in
you talking
training
about?
camp is not
Dude,
being
yes,
on
it
the
is. This
team.
man, listen, the Charlotte Hornets put out a press and said, welcome to Buzz City. You understand all the shit you talking about? You just trying to
All
make it
right.
sound, you just trying, let me tell you what you're trying to do. You're trying
Oh,
to,
man.
stop. You're trying to devalue the progression that Liangelo Ball has made and what he's doing. That's what you're doing. Everything that Jello does, that's been great. All the shit you talking about, yes,
Like,
he missed some shots, but Jello was out there hustling. I've seen a guy out there really fighting out there for his basketball life. I'm keeping it 100 with you. You might think shit is a joke. See, everything's a goddamn joke to y'all. But I seen a guy in Liangelo. I seen the desperation in Liangelo
Talk
Ball
your
really
shit,
going
Flight.
out there to trying to succeed. You know, so you trying to sit up here and devalue Liangelo Ball, and you need to cut that bullshit out, man. Because you're trying to kick a guy that's down, trying to fight his way back, you know, because there was a lot of political things that stood in his way. We all know if things went according to plan, Liangelo Ball would have been solidified already, you know, but we're taking a few detours right now. And I tell you what, Liangelo Ball hasn't been cut yet. And you, like I said, you've been lying every step of the way. And I'm telling you, everything else that you're saying will be a lie. I'm telling you. Keep going. What? Tell some more lies.
like, you guys have been here on
That's
Flight
why you
TV.
got my undivided attention tonight.
Okay, yeah, I'm telling you, on Flight TV for the and Quiz Matrix. If this is not the truth, I want you to stop me and let me know. For the last year and a half, close to 2 years, you guys have been on Flight Sports TV talking about how the Charlotte Hornets are doing Liangelo Ball wrong. They're not playing him in Summer League. They're not playing him in the G League. Then he goes back to Summer League and they're not playing him. They're doing him wrong again. Now in the preseason, they're doing him wrong again. And I keep telling y'all they don't want him. Now, you've spent the last 2 years talking about how the Charlotte Hornets are doing them wrong. Not me. You have. I just telling you, if you spend 2 years and a team's doing you bogus, probably they really don't want you. And it's really no secret that the only reason he's kind of still around is because it's a little mellow. That's not a secret now. But and when I say something, I've told you guys, he has value.
I'm just giving you the floor. I'm giving you the floor. Keep going.
Yeah. And I'm saying I've told you guys many times, he has value that will work in other systems with other teams. The first thing he needs to do is he needs to excommunicate himself from the Charlotte Hornets that he's now become attached to, and he needs to go seek out opportunities with teams that actually have a play style that fits his game.
Okay,
Charlotte, if you look at everybody on the Charlotte Hornets team, long, lengthy, athletic. That's what they like to go after. Jello does not fit that at the slightest. They're not looking for those types of players. He's a shooter on a team that doesn't prioritize shooting. They don't care about shooting. They're going for length and defense. Why are you there? Go somewhere where you're wanted. I've named multiple NBA teams with play styles that fit his skill set. Yet he's still in Charlotte. Why? Because he's comfortable being around his brother. Jello said it.
You see, I need you to stop right there. Because stop. See, I've accused you this. I've accused you of this before. You say a lot of good shit, and then you just start rattling off a whole bunch of bullshit at the end. You understand? Yes. So I was with you, slightly, and not even say I'm with you. I understand your argument when you're discussing Liangelo Ball in Charlotte. Shit may not be the most copacetic. Maybe he should look at if his other team's interested to see if there's another way where he could have more range. You know, I understand where you're coming from there. But then when you start talking about he ain't got no intangibles, he don't got no value on the floor. I mean, now you're just talking straight up bullshit. And I'm telling you, it's not valid, dog. It's just not valid.
Okay,
and I'm telling you, this shit is about to stop. The way people are coming, stop. Wait a second, because it's not just to you. The way people are coming up on here trying to devalue any of the ball, brother, this shit is about to come to a screeching halt. You understand? I'm telling you. You know, this shit is not a game. You know, keep going, FYI.
Hold on. Hop in here for a second.
Quiz, let me say one thing. I can't devalue Jello. The only thing I can do is talk about what I see. When I see a player go stand in the corner and act passive, offensively and defensively, that's all I can say. If he was aggressive and he was constantly aggressive offensively and defensively, then I would say that. But that's not what's happening, Flight. You know it. you're kind of making stuff up, giving him things that he's not doing.
Stop.
And I know you're a little.
How am I saying? I got
you're a little delusional,
like
you. I mean, you got the New York slang and the lingo that you make it sound good, bro. I'm telling you got the camera words and stuff. You be using it. You hit us with it.
FYF, I told him that same thing last night.
He is sounding good. He is sounding good. What's up, Scott? Scott, I want to hop
Man, I
in here
told
for
him
a
that
second.
same thing last night, man. I said, who would have got more minutes? Who you think FYF you would have got more minutes with? The Orlando Magic?
I'm about to make an example out of both of y'all right now. Keep
the
going.
Orlando. If you would, yeah, I'm right here. If you would have went to the Orlando Magic, Charlotte, you think you would have got more minutes with the Orlando Magic?
Or he would have got more minutes with any other organization.
I just told him that, man.
Okay, that's not, like I said, that's not something that's really bad. I'm just saying, FYF, sometimes he gets a little crazy. The way I listen, if you got a valid basketball claim, what you basically just said FYF in so many words was Liangelo Ball would receive more minutes on Orlando than he would receive in Charlotte. That's what you said in 50 million words. But I understand where you're coming from, and that's a valid argument. But back to FYF, because FYF was telling me I was delusional, and I'm saying this, that, and the third.
Just slightly.
Like I said, and I think you slightly off as well. Yeah, I think not even slightly. You're very off. You know, and like I said, we're gonna get it together. You know, I'm telling you.
Man, I ain't lying, Fly. You was doing too much. You say he get rebounds. That boy don't get
no
rebounds.
I didn't say that. That
boy
stop.
Don't do that,
See,
man.
He said I saw some good passes.
Stop. You misconstrued my
passes.
words. Stop. You misconstrued my words. I never said that he went there and got rebounds. I specifically said that he went in there corralling for rebounds. Did he get them? No. But I seen him tipping rebounds.
That.
Yes, he did. I seen him going in there for rebounds. Yes,
man,
I did.
He never did that, man. Nah, man.
Stop.
He just played.
He was out there.
I'm talking about the second game. I really highlighted the second game when that happened. You know, he didn't receive any minutes last game. I'm talking about the second game. The first game, I told you, he got some shots up and he missed. He really just missed shots, y'all. You know, if he would have made those shots right now, we having a whole different conversation.
Fight back.
You know, I'm just speaking the facts. If Jello would have made any of those shots, all your claims would be wrong.
You know what?
You know, what you know what is Jello was on the roster, and he's gonna remain on the roster. And everything y'all been saying is a lie, and it's nothing you're gonna be able to do about it.
But you was just calling Book Knight trash for missing shots.
Book Knight is playing like. Listen, Book Knight was a number 11th overall pick. He wasn't a guy in Liangelo Ball fighting through adversity. You know, from the bottom to the top where he's at right now.
I ain't gonna lie.
No adversity, man.
Book Knight had a way more greener pasture. So let's stop
that.
No,
he hasn't. That's not
all
true.
That sound good.
No, he hasn't. It's not sounding good.
Like all that sound good, but it ain't looking too bright for Buddy, dog. It's not looking too bright for him.
You know, I like
that's who's Buddy? Who's Buddy? Sky?
Jello, man. Ain't looking too bright for him.
I mean, he's still there.
Man, let me tell you, man.
So is Anthony Giroux.
Yeah, they ain't do no cuts, man.
But we ain't talking about him though. We talking about Jello. Now, if you want to make a stream about him, then we can go and do
man. We just
jeopardize his history.
I understand where you coming from, Dex, but bro, we got to be honest, man. They played the man too. We not saying he ain't NBA ready, but what we saying is they ain't taking interest in him. I can't even say if he good or not, man. I've been told y'all that because he ain't even getting enough. If I was a scout, like I'm looking at him like we looking at the other dude who you just said. He ain't getting no minutes. I don't even. What we could say he did, miss 4 shots. What we could do? You think we gonna sign him off that?
Yeah, we had this conversation last night.
I'm saying Jello is safe, and all you guys going to eat crow when it comes down to it. And then you guys going to flip flop and say, "Well, he's supposed to be there. Lamelo's there."
No. I'm about to say this, Dex. We all know, based off of what we saw, if he is there, we know that's because of his brother.
But it doesn't matter how you get there. Just get there.
I agree with you. I'm just saying, but if they do decide to keep him, we know it wasn't off talent. That's all I'm saying.
Dex, tell me your 15.
He wasn't even able to show his talent, so we can't say he earned it.
Who did they drop down to the G League?
I think his journey justifies him to be there.
They have to cut McGowan's. They have to drop McGowan's or Dennis Smith Jr. Which one did they drop to bring Jello in?
Well,
it ain't gonna be Dennis Smith Jr.
Or do you think
Dennis
do you
Smith,
think they're gonna drop McGowan's? And the G
it's
League
a
don't
poss-
start till November.
yeah, it's a possibility. Because McGowan ain't
Oh,
showed nothing. But Dennis Smith Jr. been operating within the offense, so you can't.
McGowan showed a lot more than Jello.
We ain't say that. We said Dennis Smith Jr. and McGowan. Where that come
Okay.
from?
Yeah,
So what I'm saying
you
is,
just trying to dismiss Jello, and you trying to
no,
minimize.
Yeah, he
I'm not.
said Dennis
Hold on.
Smith Jr. or McGowan, and all of a sudden he inserted
No,
Jello.
what I'm saying is,
Mm.
you can only bring 15 opening night, and so Dennis Smith Jr.
Listen, you said that who is it out of? Dennis Smith
Dak,
Jr. or
no,
Bryce
they have to
McGowan.
drop.
And
They
I'm
have to
telling
drop
you,
one
they're
of those.
not dropping Dennis Smith Jr. You can forget that.
Okay, so you saying they dropping McGowan's down to the G League for Jello?
Most, it's a possibility. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying yes or no.
But you said if Jello's there, you said Jello's there for sure. So that means they have to
Yeah,
drop
Jello's
one of those
safe.
two.
Jello's safe.
Okay, so who they dropping?
FYF. You just gave me an ultimatum, right?
No, I'm just telling you. If you
You
got him on the
did.
roster,
You
then
said Bryce McGowan or Dennis Smith Jr. Unless you don't understand the semantics of what you're talking
Okay,
about.
Man,
so
ain't even
you tell
play
me.
that dude,
That's why I
man.
said you tell me your whole 15-man roster.
Man.
Okay, this is what I believe. The 15 roster. Oh, not the 17. Just the 15.
Well, yeah, only 17 can be there. Open night. It's
Right.
only 15. Only 15 can be on the bench.
I'm saying Jello's one of the 17.
No.
I can't move him up to the
No. 15 is opening night on the bench in a jersey ready to go. 15.
Okay, 15. Lamelo, Gordon, Terry, PJ, Plumlee, Nick Richards, Kelly, Book Knight,
Yeah.
JT Thor,
Yeah.
Cody Martin,
Yeah.
I
Kai Jones.
don't know too much about Kai Jones. I don't know.
Well, he has a guaranteed contract, so he has to be there.
It don't matter. He could be in. He had guarantee last year too, so it don't matter.
Okay.
You asked me my 15, so don't convolute it because I'm a little old and sometimes my medulla can get rattled easy.
All right,
Okay.
let's go.
So let me see. After who did I say last? JT Thor.
Yep.
Dennis Smith Jr.
No McDaniels.
Oh yeah, definitely Jalen McDaniels. Yeah, he's looking damn near to crack a starting spot. I'm surprised. I forgot to mention him up in the top 8. But yeah, Jalen McDaniels. So what is that? Is that
Now
12?
you have 14. Now you have 14.
So one more?
So so now you're down to the only other person under contract is McGowan's.
And
And
who
you
else?
got all exhibit 10s. You got all exhibit 10s after that.
Okay, well I can get it to McGowan then if that's the case.
Okay, that's 15.
Right.
That leaves Jello on the outside looking in, and he has an exhibit 9 that can't be converted into
He
a
said
two-way.
Jello first, Spike.
Listen.
He said
And
Jello
then
first.
another thing, we
That was
gotta
the first person.
No, I
look
said
at
Melo.
all these
Melo's first.
exhibit
Jello
said
nines
came
Melo.
and
first.
stuff that this
I
He
said
said
dude
Melo.
Melo.
Don't put words in my mouth, young man.
All right. Hey, you know something?
I
I'm a
don't know
little bit
what
older. My
FYF talking
my
about.
medulla could get rattled easy.
Now you see how the
Quiz,
you
I
see how
love
the
you, my
numbers.
brother.
See how they doing
You see how with
FYF?
the roster numbers it looks funny. So I
Go
mean,
ahead, FYF. Go ahead.
What you saying?
no. What I'm saying is, so because if you had him as a part of the 17, that means he's on a two-way.
Yeah, I think Jello snatched that two-way. I really do.
But he
I think
can't. But
No,
he
don't
can't,
say he
though.
can't. I
no,
disagree.
listen. He's
Listen, I don't know what your research says.
No,
but
it's not research. It's just if you look at what an Exhibit 9 is, it cannot be converted into a two-way.
I don't know no Exhibit 9 or whatever.
I don't know where he pulled that out from. Pause.
All I
so-
know is Liangelo is safe.
Yeah.
Okay,
And all I
how
know
would
is
you just
He
say
will
that?
be on that roster. He will come up and play in the game this season.
Okay, now I do believe he comes up under a 10-day. I do believe they call him up this year under a 10-day. That I do believe that.
So what? Listen, we can't switch the goal your goal posts every day, man. First is he ain't in the league. Now you saying a 10-day. It seems like you trying to play safe here. What's going on with that? What's going on with that money?
Later in the year, I believe. Later in the year. Hold on. Your man Dex just ran off 15 players. Jello wasn't in the 15. And he bet me $200 Jello would be there on opening night. So he just basically said he's going to lose $200 opening night.
No, he's on the roster. What are you talking about?
We said, no. My bet, I said you want the same bet with Coffee. My bet
It's
with Coffee is he's
17.
on the bench. No, it's 15. Opening night. Opening night roster's 15 players. Two ways don't count
Opening night
because you're
is
not there.
15 players.
So you
right?
telling me? Hold on. So you
Don't
telling
try
me
to change
last
the
year?
bet.
Wait now.
Don't
See,
try to
we
change
got
the bet.
FYF. So are you? Hey, listen. Are you telling me last year no two-way players was on that roster last season?
No, it don't
Bro,
work
they
like
had
that,
No,
man.
no,
they
not
had
you, Sky. I'm talking to FYF. Hold on, Sky.
the two-way guys have to sit at home until a spot opens up, like due to injury, and you call one of them up. But otherwise, they're at
Exactly.
home or in the G League.
Yeah.
They're not playing. They're not active.
And
That's
they
why they
get
send
a
them to
certain
the G
amount of
League.
months too, huh? FYF. They get
And
a
this
certain
is why
amount of games. They
I
get a certain
believe,
amount of games they
because
complete.
they took the limit off, but I don't believe they send McGowan's home and send them to the G League, and the G League don't start in November, and then say we're going to bring Lamelo to start. I mean, Liangelo to start the season.
Listen,
That makes no sense.
Listen, you don't got all
Listen,
the answers.
I don't know what they're gonna do,
You ain't
but I
got
know
the
Jello
answer,
safe. That's
Sway.
all I'm saying.
But you just named 15 guys without naming
Listen,
Jello.
That's what I name.
FYF.
I don't run the team.
FYF.
That's just what I name.
They still got to put in consideration when other people drop people is they gonna pick up those people. They still got to take that into consideration too.
No, McGowan's under contract. Ain't
Man,
nobody picking him up.
I'm talking about the ones that's not.
He talking about free agents.
Yeah, he
I'm
don't
talking
care.
about
Once they drop him, they don't care who pick him up.
They need to go get Carmelo Anthony and start playing.
No,
But
what
hold
I'm
on, but if they
saying
get
is,
Carmelo Anthony,
That's
Liangelo,
not,
I mean, Liangelo
why is everything
completely done.
Liangelo? Isn't Jalen
Because-
Crutcher? Wasn't he on that roster too?
oh, Dex,
Wasn't there other people?
we
Why
cut
you
your
keep
boy Butler, huh?
targeting Jello?
Say that
What are we
again.
talking about?
We cut your boy Butler.
My boy Butler.
Huh?
Oh, the guy that I thought was going to do something for you guys.
Yeah, they cut him.
Yeah, John Butler.
Yeah, John Butler, they cut him.
Oh wow, is that right? I thought they had high hopes for him.
Man, they cut him, man. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he might go to the G League.
That's what I think he's gonna do too. Because
I don't know if they're gonna let him out the organization because he's a pretty good player.
Yeah, he played good. I was surprised they cut him and they picked up that dude Smart.
I don't know who that guy is.
The dude from LSU, man. Smart.
I'm not familiar with him.
Devontae Smart, something like that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him.
He played point guard. They're gonna send him to the G League too.
I haven't watched no LSU basketball since Ben Simmons left.
Yeah, they're gonna send him to. He ain't gonna stay there. We got too many. We heavy loaded on guards. He ain't gonna be on the roster.
You talking about New Orleans?
Yeah.
Didn't they make some cuts today? I thought they cut 2 people today and then signed 2 people.
No, that was yesterday. That's what I was trying to tell him.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
okay.
And see, and Jello is still there. That's what I'm saying. They making cuts, but our boy Jello is still there.
No,
Charlotte don't make their cuts till Friday anyway.
No, that's not true. Charlotte already done cut somebody. Stop it. And they cut him in the middle of the week.
I'm saying we're not talking about Whaley. I'm saying
see, come
cut
on,
day
FYF.
Saturday.
See, it's not
Cut day-
fun no more.
cut day in the NBA is Saturday. Charlotte's gonna do their cuts Friday or Saturday.
He's saying they're gonna be cut. They're gonna be down to their roster by then. That's what he's saying.
You have to be down by Saturday.
Yeah, that's
you have
what he's
to,
saying.
or you get penalized.
Listen, if Jello was going to get cut, he would have been cut by now, based on what you guys are saying, with lack of minutes and lack of showing and
So how come
displaying what he
Sims
can do
ain't
on the
cut?
court.
Then how come Sims ain't cut?
I don't know, but I'm saying based on you guys.
No,
Nobody's talking about Sims. We're talking about Jello.
we're not saying he's getting cut because of lack of minutes. I'm saying he's getting cut because one, there's no roster spots for him right now.
Oh, okay. I thought somebody was talking about minutes. He ain't been played, so he ain't prioritized.
Well, I mean, they didn't prioritize him. They didn't give him no minutes. That don't help.
I'm a little discombobulated
That
because
just
you guys
adds
are
to
talking
the,
from both sides of your mouth.
no, that just adds to the credibility of what we're saying.
Them people out, Dex, and they still ain't put him in, man.
I
did
don't
Rudy
know.
get-
I don't know, guys. I've been sitting here like a fly on the wall.
Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to my
Hey,
man Flight.
here's
I think
Guy.
that Flight fighting out here.
It was good.
Flight, you really did a phenomenal job fighting. I popped on. It was just you and FYF. You guys
Yeah,
were going at it like
I was.
heavyweights.
I blitzed this dude, didn't I? Easy.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to throw
yeah,
Flight a
but-
life raft. You
But I
need to
just
catch
wanted to
it.
say something. Before Dex came on the scene here, and you know,
Yeah,
came-
FYF was getting. He was just getting.
Yeah,
slapped
I'm just
around.
sweeping up the. I'm just sweeping up the loose debris. That's all.
Right.
Flight them blew it up, and I'm
Well,
just sweeping up the loose debris.
I gotta
Right.
be honest with you, FYF. Like, you know,
Dex, I had to do it.
Listen,
we let him get over too much.
I hate to say it, but there were certain points in this argument that I really, fully, wholeheartedly agree with FYF.
Yeah, it's no problem with that. It's no problem with that. You part of the debris too. You part of the debris too. It's no problem. It's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely. I laughed my ass off.
Damn, Sky, where you go, Sky?
I was about to say Sky didn't want no smoke tonight.
Hold on, I want to hear what Chris saying. I want to hear what Chris
Quiz ain't saying nothing, man. He just raving and ranting. He ain't saying much. This a bunch of foolish fodder.
Right
yeah, exactly.
Sky left,
Well,
I was
I
going
thought
to
what
say
was
Sky don't want no
foolish
smoke
was,
tonight. Sky just slid up out of it.
One of the things I agree with Fife the most on is, from my eyeball test watching Liangelo, I told you guys yesterday, I do not have that confidence in Jello as being.
Shout out to the Denver Nuggets.
I just don't have that confidence in him right now. I thought that it was comical when Flight talked about the intangibles that he's seen Jello bring to the table. I'm still waiting to see these things. I was interested in the part of the conversation where Fife said that he didn't like his body language, even though I had a little bit different interpretation of the body language. My interpretation with the body language is like when he doesn't have the ball in his hands, he does kind of look like a lost sheep out there on occasion on the court, which
because
really
he know he ain't finna get the ball.
Yeah, but he needs to be doing.
He like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying?
I want to interject there.
Go ahead, Flight. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. Like I said, I understand where you may be coming from, but I think you may be a little off there. Liangelo Ball is being used primarily, obviously, on the Charlotte Hornets is a catch and shoot guy. Floor spacer. The man played what 14 minutes or something like that. I mean, how much things you want him to be out there doing, and that's scattered through a course of games. That's not one game. I'm just trying to tell you.
Like they want Liangelo out of alignment. That's what they want. They want him running around like a banshee and just throwing up buckets, and that's good basketball to them. Yeah, oh, he's aggressive. He like that.
Nah, that's not.
Oh, look at his shimmy. Oh, he got the juice. But the man is out there running like a banshee.
The second game, Liangelo Ball did move the basketball. He didn't look for his shot. He took one shot, which was at the end. But
couldn't look for his shot.
No, that's not true. That's not true. It was many times where Jello could have seen it. See, that's what I'm saying. That's when you add the extra shit to him. This guy Liangelo Ball did not look for a shot until the last. He took the last shot of that game. Liangelo was actually trying to get the ball to other people. I remember. Trust me, I was watching the game. You probably was looking at something else.
First preseason game, he was out there looking like he was in the Drew League, chucking them up.
The first game, he missed some shots. I acknowledge that. The second game, he didn't score. The second game, he didn't let it fly. He actually, I believe he only shot one.
But that's what you want, don't you? Isn't that what you want? Let it fly if you're a shooter.
I mean, if you're gonna let it fly, at least hit the buckets.
We focus on FYF 1 second, Quiz, because FYF is a scout and a coach. So 1 minute he's talking coach, but when it comes to Liangelo, ain't no talking coach. Down is reckless abandonment.
I've never been reckless with him. I said the positives.
Okay, you said let it fly, right? If you're a shooter, let it fly, right? Until you get your rhythm.
Yeah. But hold on. But the thing is, anybody can let it fly, but you don't get labeled a shooter until you start making them.
Bingo.
He didn't make any, so he's not a shooter. He's a shot chucker.
How the hell are you saying he's not a shooter?
He's a shot chucker.
You agree with that, Chris?
He's not a shooter. Shooters make shots.
So I'll tell you what I do agree with. I mean, from what I've seen with my eyeballs of Liangelo in a professional setting, he has not hit shots. He just hasn't.
Yeah, he didn't. I mean, we can't sugarcoat that.
Now,
he didn't hit no threes. He hit a shot, but it wasn't a three.
A shot. See, I said shots. You said a shot. If we want to play semantics, we could do that. All right.
We gotta give him credit where it deserved, though.
I'll give him.
He's
credit.
not over. He's not over.
Yeah, I'll give him credit where he deserves. He hit a shot. Anybody could do that. You could accidentally get a tip in and hit a shot. You know what I mean? Like he is a person who, let's be real, he is the best shooter of all of the.
Shout out to Murgod. Pull up Murgod. FYF is here. Pull up.
Am I making that up, or is he the best shooter of all of the Ball brothers?
I mean, that's debatable.
Right. Well, I mean,
right now, Lonzo's the best shooter. Right now,
he's not the best shooter. He's not the best shooter.
Well, he's not.
Who's shooting better than Lonzo?
No, he said Jello.
Hey, he's the best shooter in the practice gym.
No, Lonzo is the best Ball brother shooter right now, statistically.
Well, my thing is that Jello is not on the radar as far as shooters from what I've seen in the NBA right now.
Listen, Quiz. I appreciate your observation, and I definitely love your analytical mind. I have no problem with what you're saying. I will not try to deconstruct nothing you're saying because it's true. From what we've seen, and the statistics shows, Liangelo ain't no shooter, right? According to statistics, and from what we've seen. The only thing that I'm saying is that I'm debunking the statistics of what we've seen. I'm saying Liangelo is a good shooter, and that will reign supreme ubiquitously throughout the NBA landscape once Liangelo starts to get in his rhythm.
Hey, I respect your opinion. I respect your.
It's been 2 years, bro. How much time you need to get in your rhythm?
No. We talking NBA, not G League and Summer League. We talking real deal here.
So how much time he need?
All the time he needs to get into a rhythm as a shooter.
Right. Yeah.
Without being frantic, FYF. Without being
FYF.
frantic.
I hate agreeing with FYF.
Hey, do you know? I want y'all to go look at his original scouting report coming out of when he first entered the draft. And one of the things on that scouting report says there's a big question mark is if he can be an efficient shooter with fewer shots. Because he said he's only a good shooter when he shoots at a high volume. That's on his scouting report. That was back in 2018. It's starting to prove to be true. He cannot make shots without a high volume. The Drew League, he had to chuck up 40 shots to get to his points. That's a fact. We just saw that against lesser competition.
I mean, in the Drew League, a lot of people scored high, chunked up a lot of shots. So that's
we're talking about Jello, and it is a fact that he had to chuck up 40 to 50 shots just to get to his
but
points.
A lot of people chunked up a lot of shots in the Drew League to get high.
But y'all wasn't tracking everybody's points. I was checking Jello's points.
But I'm doing what you do in reverse.
And we said he was inefficient. It's always been known that he's been inefficient.
Shout out Marquez in the cash out.
So shout out. Shout out to Flight.
Marquez. Marquez, just hold on till it get a little late at night when we start to simmer down.
But I have a question for FYF. What about because if we're going to just bring up Jello, and let's bring up the last place that he played. Although someone can say the competition was not credible, but it's still he played. What about did everyone look up his percentages and how he played in the JBA?
Enlighten us.
I'm just asking. Just asking. Did anyone look? I personally don't know, so I'm just asking. Did anyone look that up?
I know that he put up a ridiculous amount of points in a lot of games. That's what I do know in the JBA. I do know that. Yeah. But the JBA was never looked at as competition that's on the same level as even the Summer League.
Mm-hmm. I can agree to that.
We're talking about G League, Summer League, and NBA. In the G League last year, and sometimes he was able to do well getting his shot off, but overall he shot 35% from the 3-point line, which is average. That's an average shooter. In Summer League, he shot poorly, both Summer Leagues, outside of that one game explosion. And then this G League, this preseason that he had opportunity, he shot poorly. So in all pro showcases, from G League to Summer League to preseason, he shot poorly. He's a shooter that shot poorly. Again.
So we got 2 days to find out. That's all it boils down to. 2 days. Friday, Saturday. Because you said Charlotte make their cuts on Saturday.
Yeah, you have to put your players in by waivers by Saturday so they can clear waivers by Monday. Because it takes 24 hours to clear waivers. So you got to put them in by Saturday. You put them in Sunday, it's too late. You'll get fined.
All I have to say is this, he wasn't given much of an opportunity, but he was given one. And, like you said, he didn't shoot the best in the opportunity he was given. So, you gotta take advantage of it. Even if it's 4 minutes. Hold on. Even if it's 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I get it. I wish he got more time to showcase everything, but you gotta take advantage of every opportunity you have. You have to take advantage of it because there's no guarantee you're gonna get it again.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
Hey,
No,
Murgot, but there's so many things on a basketball
I want
court
to know,
that
and
you
I
can
want
do
to honestly know.
other than
I want to
shoot to
honestly know
stand
to
out.
all of
Because
the
FYF,
detractors.
you
Hold
selective
on one second,
politicking right
Marquez.
now.
Marquez, hold on one second. I want to know to all the detractors, the Jello detractors, who in preseason got the amount of minutes that Jello got exploded.
Nobody.
that's
I
a
don't know. I didn't watch enough
I
Yo,
mean,
preseason
to
is
games
be,
to
that
even
somebody
I
know.
mean, to
car in the
be,
checks
to be
background?
more
very
players.
transparent, with you, my perspective is, I wanted Jello to get more minutes. I'm not trying to say that it is right. My just
But
perspective
but
is that.
but, but
But hold on,
Murdoch, they always want
but hold on,
Jello to be Superman. But who did what he
hold
did
on,
with the same amount
hold
of minutes?
on,
That's all we asking.
but
Well,
hold
who
on.
did better
I
with the
never,
same amount of minutes? That should be the question.
but
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm asking.
A
Because
lot of people did
that's
better.
my thing.
nobody
That's the
pays
thing. I
attention.
said I don't know. I said I don't know, and I also specifying that, I wish he could have got more minutes to showcase his talent. I'm not
Facts.
trying to say that. I'm not trying to say that he shouldn't have got it. I'm just saying that he got an
But you understand
opportunity.
what I'm saying, Murdoch, though?
Yeah, I do
How
understand
can
you're saying
somebody
all I'm
lose?
Bottom
saying,
five.
all
I'm
I'm
talking
saying
Yeah.
is
about bottom five player. I ain't talking about a starter who played Jello
no, no,
minutes.
that's
I'm
no,
talking
no,
about
no.
a bottom five
I'm not
player
talking about
who
that.
got
Crutcher,
14 minutes.
Crutcher,
He ain't
No,
did no
Crutcher,
explosion. Stop it, man.
Crutcher
Get out of
played.
here
No,
with that.
Crutcher played
I'm gonna
better.
mute your mic talking like that.
What are you
Crutcher
talking,
Crutcher
played
ain't do
better.
Crutcher? Are
nothing.
you serious?
He
He
ain't
did
do
play
Yeah,
nothing.
better
yeah.
than
You
What
Jello.
selective
happened
politicking.
here?
He did play
Crutcher
better
ain't
than
do nothing.
Jello.
Now Dennis Smith Jr. did decent. I appreciate the way he operated the offense, but Crutcher ain't really do nothing, man. Stop it,
He
man.
played better than
It
Jello.
wasn't it wasn't eye
No,
popping.
he has not.
It's
If it
not.
wasn't
Oh, I
for
don't know.
Crutcher or fluorescent shoes, we even wouldn't know who the hell he is out there.
Well, don't you wouldn't know who Jello was if it wasn't for the name on his back.
No, we know that number 18, buddy.
No, you know the name on his back. That's the only reason why you care.
Oh, he
You
wears
would
it.
be calling him trash. You would be calling him trash if his name wasn't Ball.
You
That's a
think so?
fact. Yes, I know
But
so.
okay, that's cool. But all I'm saying is a bottom five player, non-guaranteed contract, getting 14 minutes. Can we name anybody that was so eye-popping in that circumference?
Nobody on Charlotte.
Who checks for dudes who get 4 minutes?
Yeah, that's what I'm
But who
saying.
can
Nobody
really
even
cook?
checks for those guys.
Hold on, but who can really? FYF, you're selective politicking
Who is
because
that?
I
Who
mean,
is that talking?
That's your boy, Marquez.
it's
Unmistakable.
me.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
I'm saying you
dog.
selective politicking for this reason alone. You say that Jello. You saying that Jello only had 4 minutes. Now I've never seen a person on a bottom five team get anything off in 4 minutes. Jalen Crutcher is atrocious. Your boy Book Knight gets 30 minutes and is less efficient. So what are we talking about here? I think the problem is you want to selective politic with certain players that you like, and then you get mad at us for defending the players that we like. You can't have it both ways, sir. So it's either you're gonna pick. You playing favorites right now.
I will agree
As
with you
soon as
on
we
that,
bring up
I
Book
have
Knight,
absolutely no favorites on the Charlotte Hornets. There's
cap,
nobody that's really enjoyable to watch other than Lamelo.
cap.
No favorite. What are you talking about?
Now we
As
can
much
agree
as
on
you
that.
defend Book
Amen,
Knight,
brother.
I don't
as
That's
take
much
your
as
pride
you
in
I
talking
defend
about.
ain't
Book
gonna
Knight.
stop
I don't
that.
take
I ain't gonna
pride in
stop
talking
going
about
on
Book
with it.
Knight. These
As
are
much
not
as you
fun
defend
players to
Crutcher,
talk about.
come on, bro, stop it.
I mean,
You can
I
pick
like
remember,
anybody else other than
FYF
Jello.
is not a FYF is not a Charlotte fan, man. He's a Blazer.
No, this dude is a
Facts.
LeBron
Oh, he
James,
really a Laker
LeBron,
fan. FYF
Lamar
really a
Jackson.
Laker fan.
No,
yeah,
I'm definitely not a Laker fan.
goes down. There are a couple of players on the
You know you love them winning
that
Lakers.
No, the
Hey,
the
He's
hey,
other
a
team,
LeBron.
the only other
hey,
team I
FYF,
really
you're
like
I
is the
keep
LeBron
Warriors.
saying
lover.
that you gotta stay
FYF,
on
you're
you
a
gotta stick
LeBron
on a
lover.
stick and stay on it.
No, I like Steph Curry. That's probably my
Damn,
favorite
Juju,
player outside of
Juju,
Dame.
you going hard
Oh
on
man.
Book Night. He call him
He is
ass night.
ass night. I agree, Juju.
I know,
I
but
just
you
seen
know what,
that.
Marquez,
Damn, Juju.
Marquez, you
That's
might
the
be
name of
right
the
about Book
game.
Knight, but the reality with Book Knight is that he got drafted and
I
he has a
understand he's a
contract.
freaking draft pick, so they gotta force and deal with
No,
their
no, no.
dumbass
What I'm saying
decisions.
is
Yeah,
You
they
say
he
gotta
that
could be
baby
all the
feed
shitty.
him. They
time.
gotta baby feed him. They gotta baby feed him.
No,
They
he
gotta
could be
chew his
shitty,
food and then
and
put
he's
it
under
back in,
contract.
put it in
We're
his
talking
mouth.
about guys trying to get a contract, not guys who already
I
have one.
understand he's under contract. Because he's under contract, he could suck for another 3-4 years until
There you
they
go.
get rid of him somewhere else. I
So however
understand
you
that. I'm
feel
not
Thank you,
about him,
gonna
Rap God
argue.
Unloaded. We're gonna post that one.
I'm
it
not
don't
gonna
matter how
That
you
is
feel
argue.
that.
about him. He has
That
a
might be
contract.
the quote of the night.
FYF, I'm
Juju
not trying to
might
argue
be the
with you
quote of the
about
night.
when a person has a contract in NBA, they can suck no matter what and still get paid for it. I'm not arguing with you on that. I'm just saying Book
I
Night
think
don't fit the eye
I
test.
think we're attacking this from the wrong angle. The angle that I'm attacking this is that
Dex, why you
out
cut the
of
man off?
all, because he's attacking it from the wrong angle. Out of
Oh,
all,
let him
No,
listen,
finish. Man.
I
out
agree.
of all, listen, Marquez, out of all of the naysayers, the cons, and the pros, Liangelo is still on the team. That's what we should be attacking. Why is he still on the team? Why he ain't been cut yet?
That might
Because
be
they haven't done their cuts yet.
But
They done their cuts. They made cuts.
that comment may not even.
I know. Hey Dex, I know why he's on this team. If we're being 100% honest, they're trying to appease Melo so that when contract time comes around, they can keep him.
Ah,
Oh, so he's not there because he's good.
a
So he's just there
broken
because of Melo, right?
I mean, FYF. At this point, FYF, I agree with you because why is he still here?
That's what I'm trying to ask everybody.
But
See,
that's
Why is
But,
he
we
but
still
ain't
hold on.
here?
talking. Everybody
No.
want to say, "Oh, he didn't get no minutes. Oh, he
hold
didn't do
on.
this. Jello trash. Jello this. Jello that."
So
No,
hold
why
on,
is
y'all.
he still here under a
Hold on.
non-guaranteed
If
contract?
he's only there because
This
of his
close.
brother,
This close.
hold on, Dex. If
Opening
he's
day.
only there, because of his brother, why do you expect him to get minutes?
Listen, I ain't asked all that. I'm just saying, why is Liangelo as booty juice as you want to consider him, as trash as you want to consider him, as waste management as you
Nobody
want to
said he's
consider him?
trash.
Why is he still on the roster this late
Nobody
in
said
the
he's
training
trash,
camp?
though. Nobody said he was trash.
His brother happy.
Well, from me, Dex, to answer your question, from me reviewing everything, the Charlotte Hornets have not made cuts yet because a
They
lot of
have made
players.
cuts. That's not true.
They've
They
made
made a
I've
cuts.
cut
seen.
That's why
and they replaced
that's
him
where you're wrong.
immediately. They're still at 20
What
players.
that got to do with it? It's technicality. Is it a cut or not a cut? Who cares if you
Come
replace
on,
them immediately?
bro. They're not
A
going to go into the
person got
season with
cut
20
already.
players. All right, man.
See how you
Dex,
guys listen. You see how they talk with a forked tongue? 1 minute they ain't make cuts. Next minute, oh yeah, they cut, but they replaced the person they cut. It's a cut. It's a cut. Last I know,
All right,
regardless
Dex.
of time or place.
Dex,
I didn't.
will there be
I
more
didn't
cuts,
read up
Dex?
on it yet.
Not you, Murga. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to FYF.
Dex,
Not you,
Dex, will
Murga.
there be another cut, Dex?
Of course.
Thank you.
But Liangelo don't got a guaranteed contract. Why is he still there? For him to be so bad and playing so few minutes. That's all I'm
He's
saying.
still there. The same reason why DeRougi and Sims are still there. They haven't done the
Now,
cuts yet. What you
now,
mean?
did you know? Let me give you a tidbit of information. This is just a fun fact. Now, did you know? This is how sidewinder the Charlotte Hornets organization is.
What does that
This
mean?
is how sidewinder
right.
the
What
Hornets organization is.
is that a word?
So, you know what a sidewinder is?
Man,
It's actually a
No.
snake.
Oh, okay.
So when you call somebody a sidewinder, all they doing is going back and forth,
man, I feel bad for
not
Justin
staying on a
Fields,
straight
man.
line, not staying on a straight
Dex,
line.
I'm sorry, Dex. Use it. I know I'm showing my age, but I ain't never heard that word ever.
Yeah. Okay, but anyway, it's a teaching moment. No problem. But check this out, right? This is how sidewinder the Charlotte Hornet organization is, FYF and Murdoch. This is to you guys specifically, but anybody can can elaborate on it. They got a log jam at point guard, shooting guard, and forwards, right? But
No.
the position, go check their depth charts. The
They only have
position
two
that
point guards.
like I said, go check their depth charts. The position that they need to address most, they have the few players to address that situation,
Yeah, center.
and that's center. Thank you, FYF. That is center.
That's why I've always said they need to go get Dwight Howard, a veteran center to help Nick Richards along.
But Murdoch and FYF, isn't that ultimately ridiculous? That you're gonna log jam every position except the one you need most to fill.
No, but they do have. I think the Charlotte Hornets did do a good job of getting a lot of guys that can move positions that are versatile. So like Oubre can go
Positionless,
from
right?
2 to 3.
Positionless.
Man,
Yeah.
they have. I mean, you got to realize, Dex, that one positionless, two, they have like 3-4 players that can fill that position.
Yeah,
Right now that they
interchangeable.
develop.
Interchangeable.
Yeah, they got.
But it's
they got
still a log
Chris-
jam though.
They
It's
got
still a log
Rozier,
jam.
Martin, Oubre,
Uh-huh.
McGowan's. I mean, they got a ton of wings.
Yep. And they
and so
interchange them. They interchange them, right? But we talking about the position that need addressing the most. They got the few bodies for.
that's because that's the
I
hardest
mean,
position to find in the NBA.
they got 4 or 5 players for that position, Dex.
No, they don't. They only got
No,
like
they don't have.
4
They only have
at
3. I
most.
thought
Yeah,
Richards,
really, 3
Plumlee,
then. Huh?
and Mark Williams.
And
That's
Kai
it.
Jones plays center also.
I thought they had him as a 4. I thought they had Kai Jones as a 4.
They interchange him. He's interchangeable.
They interchange him at that
Yeah.
position. So
Kai
they have
Jones
So
is
that's
look
why I said
good though.
4. That's 4. But Murgot and FYF or even Quiz for this instance. Why is that so?
Because the good centers are hard to find. You saw Plumlee got $8 million, and he's not even a good center.
Yeah, man. And when you look at the preseason, look at what Nick Richards did. He played great, man. Especially this last game when he had like 3 blocks.
Yeah,
No,
Richards
Nick
looking
Richards
good.
looking good. He's looking good. I
looking
like
much
that jam
better.
in Jamaican.
But the thing is too, man. I get that a lot of people are getting on the Charlotte Hornet young players, man. We gotta realize we gotta give them reps, man. They don't have a lot of reps because of James Borrego didn't develop them. You got to give these players time to develop. Some of these players are still second, third year players.
I agree on that too.
I get it. If you want to rag on, let's say PJ Washington, he's been there for a while. You want to get on some of the inconsistencies of Miles Bridges. That he still has to progress as a shooter. I get that. Players like that that's been in the system for a while, but players like Bouknight, Kai Jones, Mark Williams, players like that, they're still developing. We got to get them time to develop. Even Liangelo, we got to get time to develop. As bad as some folks, get on him, we still got to give these players time to develop and grow. I mean, got to realize that Liangelo is just getting back into basketball full swing. I get FIF's point, but we still got to give these players time to develop, man.
Yeah.
Well,
but I'm not knocking Liangelo. I'm saying he needs to get us opportunity first. I'm saying he needs to put himself in a situation. So you go use your agent to find the right situation for you. I feel like there were much better situations if he would have pursued them, but he didn't. And now he's in a bad situation where he's not going to get an opportunity to get reps to develop. That's where the business kicks in. Go find a situation that works for you.
How about
hit that like button? Y'all hit that like button and that subscription.
So how about we do this for a second? I have a
Don't be up here wasting FYF time. Hit that subscription, man.
FYF, you were stating earlier, like I really sat back like a fly on the wall. I thought that the debate that you were having when I popped on here between you and Flight was a really good one. Plus, I liked it because both of you guys were operating from a lot of
the massacre.
Yeah.
He was getting his ass slapped around this play. We need to go.
Paul don't slap an ass, Flight.
Yeah.
We need to take it. We need to go to.
But you know what?
I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna clip that and I'm gonna spoof that.
We need to go to your stage.
Flight, he was getting you, but you came back. He was fighting back. I like that.
I'm trying. FYF was getting. He was getting hurt.
Yeah.
No, that's not true
let me tell you.
He caught Flight coming off of work. That's all. Flight had a long day at work, man.
You need to turn on that Dipset Symphony beat when Flight started talking, man. He just rapping over.
Nah, Flight was getting bodied, but he started fighting back though. He made it a good fight.
I was not getting bodied. No, that's the same.
He's in denial. It's all good. But check it out though. This is the question I want to ask. I want FYF to go back. I want you to explain something that you were saying earlier in the conversation. Can you tell everybody on Flight Sports TV the reason why you feel the Charlotte Hornets do not want Liangelo Ball?
Well, it has to start from the top down. They have a certain player profile that they've been going after consistently for the last few years, and that's been either centers or through the draft or lengthy wings. They went and got McGowan's, right? McGowan's fits the profile. Kai Jones, all these guys, JT Thor, even though he's in development, all these guys fit a certain profile, certain MO, and they're willing to work with those guys and develop them under some form of a contract. When you look at Jello, he doesn't fit that MO of what they're looking for. Now, they did give him opportunity because he can be a good shooter in the right situation. But with the offense that they run, that emphasizes athleticism and driving to the basket and pick and rolls, that is not productive towards Liangelo's skill sets, because the only thing he can do in a system like that is stand in the corner and hope that the ball goes his way. And in strong side threes, it's the easiest thing to defend in the NBA. And you might be able to get away with it in preseason. You're not going to be able to get away with it in the regular season. So it just don't his skill sets work better with other teams.
Come on. That's your opinion.
But it just does. I mean, he was not productive in the offense.
He
If he
could have
was
definitely been
productive for
utilized
you,
more.
I'm saying this. If he was running split actions, which is more conducive to his skill sets, you would have seen him make threes. But they weren't running that. They were standing him in the corner shooting strong side threes. That's the easiest thing to defend in the NBA, which is why every time he touched the ball on the 3-point line, there was a defender in his vicinity. I mean, it's tough, and he's just undersized. He's kind of small, and he's much slower, so he's not even a driving threat. So they're going to play the shot every time. Go to a team that runs the offense that pursues you. Golden State, Dallas Mavericks, Indiana Pacers, Philadelphia 76ers. But he's not going those places. I don't know why.
So let me ask you a question, FYF. My question is this. So, I mean, the Charlotte Hornets, in your opinion, really don't want Liangelo Ball. Why are they keeping him around this long? Like, why don't they just let him go and go do his thing?
It's clear that Liangelo is accepting this lesser role. He's fine with the role that they're giving him. There's obviously an attachment linked with his brother there, so there's the family connection. I think he likes what he has with the Swarm. All right. He does have a fan base down there.
You trying to rehash the same shit that we just had?
No. I'm just saying. I think Liangelo is just content with the situation that he has. Well, I mean, because he's not playing. To me, he's not playing like a guy that's hungry to make an NBA roster. He looks comfortable.
Stop.
He looks comfortable.
That's not true. Do you know? You talking about what over the course of what 3 games or so? Or
no, over the course of the last 2 years.
No, that's not true.
The only time I seen him look hungry was his first summer league. That's when he looked hungry.
So now you're pissing me off. You know,
why?
Because you just sit up here and told what you just said that Jello is not hungry.
He asked me my thoughts.
Do you know all the shit that Jello has been doing? You know, to get to this point over the last 2 years, overcoming injuries. Well, you need to educate yourself. You know,
what I do know is that for y'all to say he's dealing with, like I said, you can't tell me a guy's going through adversity when he can go home and he's driving a Lamborghini around. That's not adversity to me.
But that's to you. I'm talking about
no. That's not adversity.
Listen, how did these guys?
Adversity is going to your apartment and you got a $1,500 rent and you need a game check to pay it, and you ain't got no way to pay it other than you make the team and get a check.
Yeah, that's
adversity.
That's your form of adversity.
Liangelo had to dribble another basketball, and his reels we paid the rest of his life.
Yeah, but let me tell you something.
That's not adversity, bro.
FYF, these guys
unfortunately,
these guys were wealthy before they even made it to the NBA. You know, where they had things in better position, especially compared to how LeVar Ball had it back in South Central LA. You know, so to sit up here and say he hasn't went through adversity, these guys grinded their asses off. LeVar Ball set it up perfectly for them to not go through.
Thank you. Well, somebody set it up for him. That's not adversity.
Stop. LeVar Ball. Yeah, what are you talking about? You have so many good NBA dads, not just LeVar Ball. You understand? LeVar Ball had an outline for his boys where they would not have to struggle like he did. You know.
Okay. Look. If you want to remove the word adversity, okay, cool. You can add an arduous journey. Okay. You can add a purgination. So it's a whole lot of other words you can use if you don't want to use adversity, because a lot of people take adversity meaning you're poor, you're hungry, you desolate, and then you try to get it out the mud, and then you get some type of relief, and then you got to keep going before you return back to that type of state of being. But Liangelo, if you don't want to say adversity, then you can say an arduous journey because it was a tough journey. Or you just can say a purgination.
No, Dex. Salem Horn Tucker would go get dropped off at LA Fitness 25 miles away from where he lived and not know how he was getting home. He would have to stay in the gym until he figured out a ride. That's adversity. See and so when we talk about all these players and really having it tough, Liangelo has not had it tough. He's had a lot of things given to him, if you're being honest, and he's had a lot of opportunities that
So you saying that
most
he's
players
entitled,
wouldn't be given.
or he's an elitist? Is that what you calling Liangelo?
I'm just saying he's been lucky enough to be in a situation where he can get a ton of opportunities, and there's
You
nothing
don't
wrong
think
with
that
that.
China situation was a form of overcoming adversity?
And you know what? Most players look what the other two players who did that. Where are they now?
That's the key. Where are they now?
Thank you.
Because they
Because
did
he
get
has
back on the
ball on his
team, right?
back. Because he has ball on his back, he's still chasing the NBA dream. Those other two's NBA dreams died as soon as they made that mistake.
Okay, but would you consider that adversity, or do you consider it anguish?
I just said he's lucky enough to have the name Ball on his back, because if your name wasn't Ball and he did that in China, he would not be close to the NBA right now, just like the other two guys in that situation.
But that's what happens. That's resource, right? That's what we're trying to gain.
That's all I'm saying.
Generational
All
wealth,
I'm saying
so
is
we can have resources to make things happen.
Exactly what I'm saying is it's not been hard for him because a lot of things have been gifted to him. A lot of situations have been presented to him that would not be presented.
He still have to have
players.
but he still have to have the mental ability to overcome certain shortcomings.
So much easier to overcome when you know you got a safety net.
Can I push back a little bit on this?
So much
this
easier to
argument,
go
guys?
through these things when you got a safety net below you. A lot of people ain't jumping without that parachute. Liangelo's always had a parachute. A lot of these NBA players got to jump off the cliff, and they got no parachute.
That's our job as parents. That's our job as parents.
Bro, let's not get to the parenting and all that. All I'm just saying.
No, but that's true, because I'm like that with my daughter and my grandkids.
So you do agree?
She could be. I just said yes. She could be more risque, right? She could be more financially risque, which I encourage her to go outside the scope of what you love to do and create other revenue streams, because she makes so much good money. She thinks that's going to be there forever. And I'm telling her,
if you agree, then what I'm saying is correct.
I agree.
A lot of things have been gifted to him because
he do have a wealth of resources.
Because of the name on his back has gotten him opportunities and got him out of a lot of bad situations.
That's been since he was a kid, though. They didn't come up in poverty. They had a swimming pool and basketball court in the house.
So what I'm saying is, I'm talking about ever since he started college ball, ever since the China incident. Because remember, the big
that's adversity, though. That China incident is listed as adversity, though.
But what happened? Okay, so what I'm saying is, he had a parachute in that China situation. The other two guys, they fell and hit the ground and imploded because they didn't have the BBB brand and LeVar
resources.
Ball parachute.
The resource. Just say it the way it's supposed to be said, you hater. Just say resources.
What I'm saying is, his resources have afforded him opportunities that he otherwise wouldn't have gotten.
I agree. And let's hear what Quiz got to say, because Quiz got a beautiful mind.
Well, actually, I was going to push back against the adversity thing, and you guys eventually kind of got around to my thing, because when Liangelo everything was laid out for him, and he squandered that opportunity by stealing a pair of shades in China, which was really disheartening. So he might have had all of this money, and he might have had all of these advantages that other people didn't have. But let's not get it twisted. He definitely had a difficult road to make it to the NBA, and he still hasn't even got over the hump yet. So I would definitely say, in my opinion, in my estimation, he's definitely dealt with adversity.
I mean, shit, man, y'all gotta look at it, bro. F for F, this dude wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth. That's what you implying, bro. Like, yeah, of course, okay, he got out of certain situations due to the fact, okay, BBB brand, like Dex was saying, but at the same time, this dude still got to work his ass off. You know what I'm saying, for everything. Even somebody, for that prime example last year, why did he make it in? Well, we could say, well, if it wasn't for that situation, okay, he would have easily made to the league. You score 24 points and get benched for the rest of the summer. That doesn't make sense to me. But we know it's you know what I'm saying, it's a game within the game. You know.
Good point, brother. It looks like flight kind of fell off here.
I'm here with him.
Oh, I mean, I guess that's Dex who fell off.
I just was letting him talk. What's good, my guy? What's good, California? What up?
What's good, man?
What's good with y'all, man? What's your take on this conversation?
I mean, you heard what I was just saying, man. I just feel like Liangelo Ball still has some work to do. I mean, it ain't peaches and cream. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's taking that shit for granted now. You know what I'm saying? That he's so close. I hopefully, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully, he get picked up on the roster. I hate to see him. I would hate to see him go through another year of summer league or go back to the G League. But I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case too.
Yeah,
I'm just curious to know if he's on a 15-man opening day roster, who are you guys kicking off? Because they have
Okay.
15 guys in the depth chart right now.
Okay.
Who are you kicking out of this 15-man depth chart?
Shit. Well, they're gonna have to make. I don't know, man.
It's either Kai Jones, Dennis Smith Jr., or McGowan's. It's that because they're the bottom three. If you're talking about the top 15 guys, they're the bottom three. That's 12, 13, that's 13, 14, and 15. Which one of those three are you kicking out for Liangelo to have a spot on the roster?
Oh, probably Kai Jones because Dennis Smith don't he still got a contract?
So you believe they waived Kai Jones?
Man, it's a 50-50 though. I can't say.
And that's guaranteed money, so they still got to pay him his money. His contract is guaranteed. So they waive him, pay him $1 million to sign Jello.
Yeah.
So if you believe that, that's fine.
No, I don't. No, I can't say it because that's a 50-50 chance.
That's not gonna happen.
So when it's the deadline.
The only one they can get rid of is the only one that's contract is feasible to get rid of in that situation is McGowan. And they love McGowan.
They love him. And here's the other thing. They're being extremely cheap because a lot of people don't know this. They're still paying Scotty Lewis. Remember, he broke his leg still under a two-way. So I feel like they're not filling that other two-way slot because they're so cheap. Because they still stuck paying Scotty Lewis until he is able to come back and is healed. See, and if you look at their books, they're still paying Scotty Lewis.
They're gonna be paying nobody no time soon, boy. They're still stuck with the Gordon Hayward contract.
Well, they're still stuck with y'all know they still paying Nicholas Batum $8 million a year. Nicholas Batum still got $8 million on the books for like the next 3 years.
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, they gonna be, man. This season gonna be shit, man. It's gonna be a tough ass season, man. Oh my God.
They got, but I think y'all are undervaluing this team. I think this team can sneakily be a lot better than what you guys think. I really believe it.
Man, the only thing I see them being is a play-in tournament team right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm telling you, the way they competed the first 30 minutes before they brought the bench guys in yesterday, that was against Philly starters. That was against Joel Embiid in those boys. They were winning for the most part until they started doing massive subs, and you had bottom tier guys come trying to finish the game. But they were dominating the Sixers up until that point.
Well, you know what I think though? I think them guys was just taking it easy, man. Since it's still preseason, but you about to really see the fire in the regular season game start.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I wouldn't sleep on Charlotte too soon. They don't have as bad of a roster as y'all say.
I think that Charlotte is just really missing Miles Bridges. Yes. I think that's a big piece of what they're trying to do, and what they planned on doing is really unfortunate. What happens to him in the off season with his knucklehead activities off the court. But the Hornets are a very young team. They still have a long way to go. They still have a lot of ways to grow, and we just gotta, if you're a Hornets fan, you just gotta stick with it.
Yeah, man, you know what? That's true because I'm just concerned about Lamelo Ball though, because he's gonna be playing he's gonna be playing all the games this year. I mean, hopefully he don't get injured on. He sprained his ankle the other day, but I think he's gonna be okay throughout the season. So he gonna have everything's gonna be on him. He's gonna have to carry the team on his shoulders.
Oh, we've seen him do it, y'all.
Yeah, so
they've done it the last 2 years without Gordon. They've done it without Gordon Hayward. And LaMelo, he's just good enough to win them 40 games. If you put a decent,
FYF, man. FYF, man. I've been trying to explain to them, You remember the first 3 years of Luka's season.
Yeah.
Who did Luka play with? Because
Nope.
Kristaps
Nobody.
Porzingis in and out of the lineup. Brunson just came into himself last year.
Yeah.
I mean, this past season. So Luka played with nobody, and he dragged them to the playoffs. I mean, you can look at Trae Young. Trae Young hasn't played with nobody consistent on that team besides now. John Collins been in and out of the lineup the past 2-3 years, and he dragged them to the playoffs.
Bro, and the way Rozier, Oubre, and Hayward are looking right now, that's more than enough help that you need to surround Lamelo with just to get him if you're just looking for a playoff spot. Because this is the most help he's had in a long time outside of, I mean, Bridges was better, 20 point per game score, but as far as the numbers, he hasn't had this much help in a while, healthy. So I think they'll make a move. I think they make a signing. I think they may bring Kemba in to help, but they're not as bad as y'all say.
Well, I mean, why would they bring Kemba in though? I'm trying to figure out where he fits in.
Like I said, the only reason I even make that assumption is because Kemba was at the game sitting with the VP and the exec. And the only thing I can think that they're talking about is maybe a comeback there. I mean, why else would he be there talking to the VP and the exec? You tell me. I don't know.
Well, okay, you might have a point there. Maybe he come in. Maybe he come in the middle of the season. Who knows? But
he has to work that buyout out with the Pistons. I mean, obviously he rejected their first buyout offer. But if they work out a buyout, he's probably gonna clear waivers and be with the Hornets.
Oh, he rejected that. I thought he did get bought out.
Yeah, no, he rejected that. He rejected the buyout offer, saying, "Nah, he probably." And it's probably because the contract that he signs with the Hornets is not going to be enough to make up for what he's given up.
Mm-hmm.
So Hornets are already at that threshold where I think they're already over the cap. So whoever they bring in better be worth it. They have a $10 million mid-level exception or a non-taxpayer exception that they can use. So they got some resources they can use to bring in a viable piece, like a legit piece. They just got to go use them.
It's interesting. We are going to see what happens here. When's the last cut for regular season rosters?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Cut day is Saturday. Cut day is Saturday. You have to have your waivers in by Saturday.
Saturday, and then we are going to find out who wins the big prize, reward, or whatever it is, because we have a lot of people who are making speculations and predictions on what the fate of Liangelo Ball will be. I personally am not a big believer. I don't want to, put a damper on his potential. I'd love to see the brother get an opportunity to play, but I'm just not a huge believer. Dex, on the other hand, he is a firm believer that he does make the roster.
Yes, Quiz. He's still alive. Put the coffin back.
Yes, and
Dex, you want a plea bargain offer on that bet?
Man,
FYF, you ain't got to convince me anymore.
You want a plea bargain offer? I'm getting $100. You can back out the bet now.
$100 on Cash App.
Listen, I can wipe my ass for $200. That's not gonna make me or break me.
All right, I'll take it too.
Putting gas in my car is damn near 160.
You literally drove around last night all night long on the Grand Theft Auto tour. So
right, and that was a big vehicle.
You need to get a hybrid. You need to get you a hybrid.
It is a hybrid. That is a hybrid.
Hold on,
but the hybrid only lasts 40 miles.
Well, hold on. I
got more than one car. Listen, I got more.
No, I have a hybrid. I can drive about 20 days, and it's like $9 worth of gas.
FYF, listen, I got a big boy. It's a hybrid. Okay, it only lasts 40 miles on electricity. That's it.
Yours don't charge itself. Yours don't charge itself while you drive.
No.
Oh, you got the wrong hybrid. You need to go.
You got to upgrade on that. Oh man.
You got that first gen. You got that PlayStation 1 hybrid.
No, I got a 2023, but it doesn't charge itself.
Yeah, my hybrid.
No, actually, 2022. No, it's not 22. It's 22.
Like when I take my foot off the gas and it coasts, every time I'm coasting, it's charging.
Yeah.
That's what
Well,
happened.
mine's I didn't pay for that, so mine's don't do that.
Okay.
But it's a big boy though, and it rides so smooth when it's on electric. You can't hear nothing from that big boy. And then when I switch it over and put that exhaust to it, ooh boy, it shakes the earth.
That's an
That's what's up.
SUV it was in last night, Dex.
Yep.
All right, it kind of looked a little bit like a Jeep from just over the
But that's
the
unheard
hood.
of though, Dex. How the hell
That's
is you burning
that's a mountainous.
$160 worth of gas in a hybrid?
FYF.
That
Listen,
defeats the
FYF.
point of having a hybrid.
Listen, do you see what FYF is doing? Will he let me explain? He wants to make me out to a liar so bad. Him and No Panic want me to be a liar so bad. And how can I be a liar and I'm a walking testimony of everything I talk about?
You was driving it yesterday. Why would I call you a liar? You was literally driving a car yesterday.
But that's not the hybrid. I was driving a hybrid. Excuse me. No, I take it back. I was driving the hybrid, but I got other cars. I have a fleet. I didn't tell you what car it cost almost $160. I just said $200. I'll wipe my ass with it.
I mean, I'm fine with that. We can just leave it there. That's $200. It's fine. I'll take that. That's all I need to know.
I mean, and plus you can.
But I will kindly take your $200, and I'm gonna kindly tip the house with that $200. Flight, you hear me, Flight? I'm going to tip the house.
Just don't tip.
I ain't gonna come on your panel, Flight, and make money and not tip the house. I'm a real gambler. I gamble in casinos.
Dex, just don't tip the house with that same 200 that you wiped your ass with. Just please don't do that.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna touch it because this is digital currency.
All right, fellas, I am out for the night. Great conversation as always.
And we appreciate you, Quiz. We appreciate you because you bring so much value to the stream. And look, Quiz, you need to go to FYF and get on his panel and share your beautiful mind with a lot of those wild, wacky takes they have up there.
Yeah.
He's been over there. He's been over there.
I've definitely.
Well, you need to go over there more. You need to go more.
All right, but let me get myself back into basketball season here and start hopping on these panels in general, and I'll make my way over to FYF.
I want Flight to go over there and go knuckles with FYF. Flight, you got to get out the bubble, Flight. Get out the bubble championship.
I'm waiting for people to give me the answer to when I said Magic Johnson is Draymond Green.
Draymond Green. Now that was crazy. I had to get off your stream. I was listening. I didn't get in the chat or the panel, but I was listening. I had to get off the stream. I said FYF is sending everybody into a tailspin.
Yeah, FYF is great at. He's great at throwing bananas at the apes.
Oh man.
All right, y'all. I'll catch you.
Shout out to Isaiah Curry. Okay, salute. But this is what I want to mention to you. I'm so Murgott is still here. Now everybody's talking about this number one pick guy, right?
Okay.
Why is Charlotte ready to tank? I mean, that's not good behavior. Because Charlotte has a decent. No, but people are calling for them to tank to get this Vic guy.
But they don't have a draft pick. To tank.
Oh, then what are these people talking about then? These people don't know what they're talking about?
No, they have Denver's pick. Is it a pick swap? If they have a pick swap, or if it's protected, but I didn't think the pick.
Yeah, they have two protected picks, one from Denver and the one that got traded to San Antonio. So basically, if Charlotte doesn't make the playoffs or make the play-in, then they can get that San Antonio pick back and give up that pick next year to them.
Is it based on the playoffs or is it based on where the pick lands?
It's based on the playoffs. Hold on, I got.
Is it like top 14 protected or top 15 protected or something?
Top 16.
Okay. Yes.
So Murgott, Murgott, so are you calling for the tanking as well?
If they're not looking good at the play-in, go ahead and tank, man.
I mean, when does it start? When do the tanking start?
If they tank, LaMelo's gone. If they tank, LaMelo will leave. I promise you.
Tanking is gonna start before All-Star break. I'd put it to you that they think I actually tank.
If they tank, LaMelo will leave.
That's no question.
So
I guarantee you, he's not a loser.
So this is it right here. The Hornets could pick twice in the first round if their draft pick is in the top 16 and the Nuggets make the playoffs. Charlotte hasn't made a playoff since 2015, 2016 season, while Denver made the playoffs the last 4 seasons. Charlotte's
Hold on,
own
but that's
pick is
Denver's
top.
pick.
Oh,
No, hold
Rico,
on.
that is
Listen, listen,
crazy.
listen, listen. Charlotte's own pick is top 16 protected, which is the one that went to the Spurs from the
Okay.
Knicks. And then they have Denver's pick, which is lottery protected, which is basically that pick. So as long as Denver makes the playoffs, they get
But
that
Denver's
pick.
not going to be in the lottery. Denver's not going to be in the lottery, so we don't have to
But
worry
that's
about
what
that.
I'm. But that's what I mean. But that's what I mean. Is like as long as Denver makes the playoffs, they're going to get that pick.
No. That means so the pick they got from Denver gets it back. If Denver's so bad that that's a lottery pick, Denver gets it back.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
So they could potentially lose that if Denver somehow and Jokic gets hurt and they're bad. That pick can go to Denver. I mean, go back to Denver.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
If Denver basically makes the playoffs, then yeah. But if they're bad, like Jokic is
Got
out
you.
and they're bad, then they'll
Okay,
get it back. So
but listen,
that's how they get it.
Basil Carpenter Jr. said there's a lottery. Tanking don't work.
Yeah,
It does to a certain degree, but you have to be really, really bad, and you have to really go at, like they would have to literally get rid of, like they would have to dump players, just start giving away players. It's like OKC did. You got to be really bad, and you got to do it without trying to, like you can only do it so much without it look like you're just intentionally throwing games. You just got to get rid of your guys, and you will lose Lamelo tanking. He's not a loser. He's not a loser. He never has played to lose, ever. That's the one thing I can always say about him. And to go out there and just tank, no way in hell. No way. I just don't see it.
Now, what y'all think about Zion rolling his ankle? Is it a possibility if he sits out here gain weight and he got a fat man clause in his contract?
No, he'll be all right.
Yeah,
Just an ankle roll. These players roll their ankle probably every month, as much basketball as they play. I mean, he'll be all right.
Well, I'm kind of concerned because once he gets idle.
Well, it's on the team and the staff to keep them right, stay on top of them, babysit them.
Well, we're gonna see how that unfolds. So he won't be there to open up the season. You think the Hornets? I mean, you think the Pelicans are still formidable without Zion?
They were formidable last year without him.
Okay.
That should be
the
okay.
Western got healthy. Remember, FYF, the Western got healthy.
Bro, if Denver and Dallas were able to make the playoffs 5-4 and with no help whatsoever.
But that's my point, right? Denver especially got it better, more health.
Hey, watch out! You got Clippers back too. Kawhi is back, so healthy, better than ever. So yeah. Watch out.
The Flippers. We got one believing in the Flippers.
You got Kawhi back. That's why I say they give him the next day. Kawhi is a champion.
Kawhi ain't won nothing in the Clipper uniform.
Well, but he got a championship on his belt. You got a couple of rings. You gotta give him that though.
Yeah, FYF. I was driving around. I went by the Inuit Dome to show everybody on Flight Sports TV the progress they're making. They already got the reinforcement bars up. So the only thing they got to do now is just plaster the cosmetic, and that baby be ready next season.
Whose dome is that? The Clippers?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Over $2 billion. I went on the construction site.
That might be the best arena in the league when it's done, better than Golden State.
They get their own dome finally. I was wondering when they was going to get their own.
Hold on. But Dex, who owns it? Does the team own it, or does the city?
Steve Ballmer. No, city don't own nothing. That's all him. Now the city might have chipped in a little bit so they can get something out of it. You know what I mean? But as far as actually owning that in the parking structure, yeah, that's Steve Ballmer.
Because Golden State's the only team in the league right now that owns their stadium. They making a killing.
They're making a killing because you can what they call it. Oh God, my tongue is tied right now. Help me out, FYL. when you section it off, damn, I can't say that word. You know when you section it off and you can sell those sections.
Yeah. You basically renting it. Yeah, you make I forgot what it's called, but yeah, they
Oh my
if you
God, that's
own it,
crazy. I can't
you
think of
make a
that
ton of
word.
money.
It's on the tip of my tongue. Because the Dodgers do that. That's why the Dodgers so filthy rich. Compartmentalize. Help me with that word, you guys. My tongue is tied. Dry mouth. When you section it off.
I know what you mean. Now I can't. Now I know what you're saying too.
That's a damn shame. I can't think of that word. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's like carpet. Maybe that's a hint.
It's like
You mean like make a convention center or something?
No, it's like carpet, like saying carpet, but it's mentalized. Carpet mentalized, but
Oh, compartmentalized.
yeah, compartmentalized. There you go. There you go.
oh, okay.
Yeah, they do. They do that a lot. It's like having fractional stocks. You know, somebody owned the whole stock, and then they fraction it off in sections and sell those sections to you.
Oh, you talking about like the seats and stuff?
Say that again.
I didn't know what you was referring to.
You know, like in stocks, like say for instance, if you have Amazon stocks, right? If you got 4 whole Amazon stock, you might take one of those stocks and put it up like a IPO, but it's fractional. You know what I'm saying? You're not selling the whole stock because then you're gonna lose because you're getting rid of a whole stock. But you might sell 50% of that stock and you section it off in 10s or 0.5s and you sell it off.
I
So
got
you
you.
still got 50% and you sold out 50% to 50 different people. But yeah, that's the word. Say that word again, because I still can't pronounce it.
Oh, compartmentalized.
Yeah, compartmentalized. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So when you able to own that whole thing, FYF, that's what they doing. They section that shit off in different vectors and just selling that shit. That's how the rich stay rich.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think next year that arena should be up and running. They probably do a few concerts in there first, or have some type of other event in there first before they do the basketball. Because they do that a lot out there in Southern California when they build new arenas. They always have huge concerts first. You know, like an iHeart or something like that, or some type of Live Nation concert. And then, you know, they test out everything. They run it through the gamut, and then they know it's ready for a full season of basketball, hockey, or whatever else they put in. So that's crazy.
Charlotte needs to move. I think Charlotte needs to leave Charlotte.
Oh, do you think they curse?
Yeah. Why? That's a basketball hub state.
But you think that you think that place is cursed?
No,
It's a bad market. It's a horrible basketball market.
It's a North Carolina is a football and baseball market.
Okay. Yeah.
How when you got North Carolina, Duke, Wake Forest, North Carolina, A&T, East Carolina.
It's still a football state, man. Football and baseball.
They just got a football team recently.
It's still football and baseball. That's what we more
You
known
think so?
for. Yep, I live here.
I know. How are they known for football though? Give me that, because I sure don't recognize them for football, and I'm on the West Coast. But I know them for basketball though.
That's what we like here, man. We like football, man. Whenever I talk.
I know y'all like NASCAR. I know it's a NASCAR state for sure.
Yeah, because my
I mean, it's one of the top NASCAR states. Say that again.
I said, yeah, because people love. My godfather love NASCAR. They love NASCAR here too.
It's a lot of black people love NASCAR.
Football. Listen, there's a lot. You'd be surprised. Man. You'd be surprised. To those looking in, we're looked at as I can see looking at as basketball. But I live here. I be talking to everybody. Everybody talks about that they ain't gonna sorry behind Carolina Panthers. That's all they talk about. The only time they talk about
R.I.P. Matt Rule.
The only time they talk about basketball is when they start playing. But most of the time it's football. What are we gonna do about the Panthers?
Football and NASCAR.
All I hear about is football, NASCAR. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know it's a big NASCAR. I know that much. Matter of fact, that's where the Hall of Fame is at. NASCAR Hall of Fame is in North Carolina.
Yep, sure is down in
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Yep, down in
Down in
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
So that says a
FYF.
lot right there.
Hey, but you gotta realize FYF don't like Charlotte. So
Why?
No,
He's on
I
the
think
West Coast. FYF on the West Coast.
you think it's boring. He's been to Charlotte. You think
it's
it's
definitely
boring.
boring. Yeah, it's definitely boring.
I like Charlotte, but he think it's boring. So
I've been to Charlotte about 3 times, and it was okay when I went there.
Hey, you know what? If they relocated to Louisville, I think they would be much better off.
What? Louisville?
Yeah. That's a hotbed. There's already a basketball hotbed right there.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
So, I mean, they thirsty for something. And it'd be much, I think it'd be.
I mean, they talked about, FYI, they talked about putting in expansion team there.
Boy, they got to start looking at the hotbed. Seattle's a hotbed.
Yeah, Louisville is a hotbed. They talked about Nashville.
Well, if Seattle's a hotbed, then why did they take the Sonics?
They moved the team. I don't know why they moved it, but the NBA knows now that was the biggest mistake they ever could have made. Let Seattle sit vacant. That's a basketball hotbed for real, for real.
Mm. But shouldn't the Portland Trailblazers take that market?
They are getting it now, but Seattle, I mean, that area is so big. I mean, remember from Portland to Seattle, that's all basketball. All they live and breathe basketball up there.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Seattle Supersonics.
It was.
I
don't know why they moved.
No, the Seahawks.
I have no idea why they moved.
The Seahawks got something to say about that, though.
Yeah. I got a lot of kids down here at GCU from that area, but it's all basketball from what I hear.
Mm. Well, we'll see if the NBA will resurface in Seattle. But I like that Louisville, Kentucky idea. Remember they had the Kentucky Colonels back in the day with Hubie Brown. Y'all remember? Y'all know Hubie Brown?
Yeah, I just think right now there's no incentive for Charlotte because they're not making a ton of money from resources in the city. There's no incentive for them to really go spend and maybe pay that luxury tax. And so you see a lot of other
teams. You say resources
taking that
from
risk.
the city. Could you kind of explain that a little bit? Because we know that Charlotte is a banking hub.
I mean, obviously like jersey sales will help, but really teams don't really make a ton off like merchandising and stuff like that. They'll make some. But we're talking about with sponsorship deals and just anything that can bring in additional revenue to the team that makes them more lucrative. And I mean, obviously you got to give them some type of financial incentive to go spend money to get better. Right now, they don't even want to fill the two-way spot because they don't want to pay because they're paying Scotty Lewis, who's injured, for that spot. And they don't even want to fill it even though it's injured. Like they're making a lot of thrifty moves. Like and I think it's because of the market that they're in. They know there's no incentive to really get better. I don't know.
Wow.
The money, I don't know. You got to talk with Jordan. I don't know why they're being
That's what I'm saying. See, every time we go back to Jordan, people always try to deflect because they don't want any stain on his legacy. But we don't just pick on Jordan because he's the only black owner. A lot of times we just expect more because, look, if you're the only, then you should try to be one of the best, right?
Yeah. But you also have to be a smart businessman too, because when you own it, you have to think about the business side of it as well. And every people think $1 million ain't nothing, but this $1 million still. Like, when anybody they have to give $1 million to is a big deal. Whether it's
I
$1
think
million,
of
whether
Michael
it's $500,000,
Jordan,
all that.
this is what I honestly believe. I mean, I believe in some politics with it as well, because Michael Jordan is reverence. Of course, Michael Jordan is a god in the basketball terrain. I just think that if he didn't, maybe if he slowed down on some of the gambling, then some of that money will go into the organization.
No, this is all separate money. His personal money is not mixed in with the Charlotte Hornets money. Ain't no way in hell.
Never know.
He ain't gambling that much. Yeah,
I mean,
But
you got to remember now, Michael Jordan be hanging out with kings and sovereignty in different nations, and they be having their little Dubai meetings and the Emirate meetings and things of that nature. You know, it's a lot going on with Mike now.
or he's making so much money off the Jordan brand. He could gamble.
That's
He
what I'm
can probably
saying.
gamble
Yeah.
a million for the rest of his life and still be well off a day.
Okay.
He can, but no. I just think I think that market's stopping. Like, look at Golden State. Even when they were bad, those couple years, they were in the
Yep.
luxury tax, paying it with no problem
With no problem.
because they own their own stadium and they're making so much money that the luxury tax ain't nothing. They're making so much money that they can pay a
Hand
$90
over
million
fist, right?
luxury tax bill. Yeah. So Charlotte, they not really getting much. I don't know what it's going to take, where they're going to have to work with the city more or something, but there's something that's stopping them from going out making more.
Yeah, that $120 million signing for Gordon Hayward. Shit, I'll pause for a couple of years too.
Yeah, but that's just one. I mean, that's not really even hampering them like that, because they're paying. I don't know. They got a lot of dead money they're paying out too. You guys know that they're paying Isaiah Thomas $1 million this year too.
Yep, James Borrego.
So they're paying Borrego. They're paying IT. They're paying Nicholas Batum $8 million.
Nicholas Batum.
They're paying Scotty Lewis still, and they're paying the guy that went overseas, the Andres Kabukula guy.
How they still paying him?
Because he signed the deal, and whatever agreement they worked out. I mean, obviously for him, because he signed a two-way. That's a contract. I don't think whatever deal they signed, they still want his rights. So if you keep this player's rights, you have to fulfill that contract unless you give up his rights. And they never gave up his rights.
I thought they did give up his rights when he signed that. When he signed it with Greece.
No, they let him go overseas, but they're retaining his rights. And that means they got to pay the rest of that two-way to him. So Lewis is getting paid. Kabukula is getting paid. Batum is getting $8 million. I mean, IT is getting another $1 million. I mean, they got a lot of dead money that you're just paying out.
So that makes it even better for Jello, because he's there for free.
He's not there for free. It'll take $1 million.
Well, that's if they put him on an open day roster. Right now, they're stringing him along.
It will take $1 million for sure.
Well, they're gonna probably get the minimum. Isn't the minimum was like 500,000, right?
It is like, so the minimum is his contract will be $1.1 million.
1.1 million.
Okay. So that's what.
Yeah, I heard was it you, Ball Facts, and AB the Hero chopping it up on that?
Yeah, we was talking about the contract.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna see.
Now he's a year away from getting the veteran minimum. I think next year he might be eligible for the vet minimum. I don't know how that works, but I think in years he should be eligible for it. But
how would he be eligible for a veteran minimum?
I don't know. I don't know if it's your age or if how many years you played in the league, what it goes by. But I know Dennis Smith Jr. has a vet minimum deal. That's why
because he's been in the league for a minute though.
Yeah, that's
what, 5 years now? Yeah, 6 years.
So his deal has to be $2 million. Like, he's getting a vet minimum. So his contract is different from Jello. I know a lot of people think it's the same, but the vet contracts are different because the NBA will protect the vets.
Gotcha.
I just hate that he signed a deal that can't be converted into a two-way.
Now, who was the most impressive team to you in the preseason?
I would have to say Philly and Boston to me. But I didn't really get a strong look at everybody. The Warriors still look strong. Lakers look good to me. I wanted to see Minnesota, but I didn't get to watch.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say that. What about Minnesota? Because they did pretty good.
I didn't get to watch them though, but I know they got a ton of talent.
And they did good without Anthony Edwards.
I mean, they set their stars on the last preseason game, so they must be confident in something that they got going on.
I mean, Cleveland looked decent. Atlanta looked like they're going to be up there in at least a 6 seed or something, somewhere.
They're going to be a fun team to watch, bro. With Murray there, they're going to be fun.
And you know what? That combination is
It's funny, got
fitting
some
well.
feed going on. Who's that with the back feed?
It's Calfani. I muted him, but he unmuted himself.
All right.
Yeah, that combination with Trey and
And
Javante,
Murray.
hmm
Yeah, Murray. Ooh.
that's looking nice. It looks like a smooth transition.
And they go together because you got offense and you got defense. You got literally I think next to Lonzo, Murray might be the best perimeter defender in the league. So you got the
Mm.
defense now.
Yep.
You got one of the best perimeter offensive players. You got one of the best lob threats in John Collins, and you got one of the best defenders, in Clint Capella. I mean, they looking like they trying to go win something.
I like that combination. I think Murray was somewhat of a missing piece, and he come with the full package. Pause.
Yeah. But Dex, Charlotte
Testing
has
says
had
the
the
Hawks. I
resources.
mean, the Cavs is better than the Hawks. Listen. We know the Cavs are looking really nice over there with Donnie Mitchell.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. The Cavs just gonna have to disappoint me because I think they're gonna be one of the top four in the East.
Calfani, are you electrocuting yourself?
Oh no, I'm back now. Yeah, but I was to say something. I still got Golden State to win the title again. This year into next year, I still got Golden State because I think resurgence of Andrew Wiggins is a big part of their team. So we get into combinations
You're
of
getting a lot of feedback, bro. Maybe you need to go out and come back in.
yeah.
We got Marvin. Marvin from the other perspective, from the other side. What's going on, bro?
What's up, fellas?
Yeah,
Big
we
What
got
up?
things this
FYF, Murgod, Calfani, Flight, myself. We
salute,
just
guys.
chopping it
Salute
up.
to
We chopping it up in peace.
the
We don't got all the
salute to the
trauma out.
salute to the chat, to everybody here.
I didn't have to play
I
no
was,
music tonight.
I was just listening to you guys, and I've been checking a couple of the teams out myself. I didn't hear Dallas being mentioned, and I think they need to be mentioned.
I think FYF
Dallas,
mentioned Dallas.
No, that
okay,
was
well
for
maybe
Jello. That was for Jello. I think Jello fits with
Oh,
Dallas.
Dallas is going to be a decent squad, guys. They're going to be better than a lot of people think they are. They got a lot of pieces in there that they needed, and they're not going to miss Brunson as much as people think they are.
okay. Explain that, Marvin.
Well, when you get Hardaway Jr. back and you still have Dinwiddie, you cover that up already. Then you bring in Woods and you bring in the other center from Phoenix, and
JaVale
you
McGee, yeah.
JaVale McGee, and you plug your big man situation. You still have Luka Doncic, who's one of the best lob throwers in the NBA, and that becomes a credible, dangerous team in the West. Along with having Jason Kidd as the coach preaching defense. That team is good. I'm telling y'all.
What
I'm
about
not
the
saying that
bench?
the benches, they deep. They're deep. Hardaway Jr. is coming off the bench. They still
He's
got
coming off. I thought he was a starter.
no from well maybe he was just mixing and matching in the preseason. I'm gonna look
Oh,
at the roster here in a second, but that team is good. And anybody can say what they want about Brunson. He never was a lob threat. And that was something that Luka was missing. He has two of them now. And not only that, Woods shoots a hell of a three ball. And he can post. And I didn't know JaVale McGee was still moving around the way he is. He's playing pretty well, guys. But that team there is scary. And I also was watching a couple of players, young guys, in the preseason. The first one that stuck out to me was Pablo Banchero. That boy, that is a real
Whoa,
basketball player.
is that
He is
right?
true. Oh
Foreign,
man,
you know,
please.
Foreign was up here talking about him, and he's
No,
a
Dex. You gotta
devoted
look at
Orlando Magic fan.
well, you have to look at him. This dude is already a grown man at 19 years old, and he has every aspect of the game. Only thing he's
Mm.
doing is just out of control. He's out of control periodically, obviously, being that young and excited about the NBA. But this guy's going to be something
Hey,
special.
do they have
Mm.
Isaac back?
I'm sorry?
Did
Yeah,
Isaac
Isaac is
finally
back.
come back? He's been out since 2020. I want to say that was
I
one of
think
my
he's
favorite
back.
defenders.
No. Yeah, I was looking for him too. No, he didn't come back.
Jonathan
Uh,
Isaac didn't come back. I thought he was supposed to be back this season.
no,
That's what I thought.
they haven't played him much. So
Mm.
it's unsure, if
And they gave him that
how
big
he's
deal
gonna
and they
be.
ain't played him yet. They gave this man close to a max.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, this guy here is something special, man.
So Marvin,
This yeah.
listen. Let's fall back from that just 1 second. There were some NBA games tonight, right?
Yeah, it was.
Do you have the scores and stuff? Any info on
Yeah,
those? But we
I
never
got him
talked
right
about
here.
it.
Yeah, I got
All
him
right, run
right
that
here.
down to us.
Okay, there were only 2 games tonight, obviously.
Oh, that's all. Okay.
The Grizzlies played the Pistons guy. Let me bring up the numbers on these guys. This was in Detroit. And I've been waiting to hear, waiting to see Detroit kind of look a little better than they have, and they haven't really did it. They went 0-4. I know it's preseason, guys, don't get me wrong. But
So
a
they up
young
there with the
team like that,
Hornets. Over.
to me, when you have a young team like that, I think you preach wins in the preseason. It brings, it makes some of the young players play better. So
Mm.
tonight, Memphis played Detroit, and I go to Detroit first, then, because Memphis won 126-1. Who was that on the airplane snoring on in the dam? Who the hell is that? Damn. Boy, sound like
Anybody snoring? Is that California?
hell yeah. All right, so Detroit actually started Bogdanovich, Bay, Stewart, Kay Cunningham, and Jaden Ivey. Now I'm going to give you these numbers on these guys because when you start Bogdanovich, you remember, guy, this was a 3-point. I think they got him from Utah, didn't they? Yeah. They started him
Mm-hmm.
tonight. He went 1 for 7, 0 for 3 from 3, 3 or 4 from the free throw line, a minus 14, 5 points. He was a minus 14. Sadiq Bey actually came. Hang on 1 second, guys. Sadiq Bey actually came in with 26 minutes, 7 out of 17. Good game, but bad shooting at the 3. 7 out of 17 from the field, but 1 of 7 from 3. He ended up with 17 points and a minus 10. Stewart, he ended up with a minus 18, played 23 minutes, 6 of 13 from the field. These guys are shooting a lot of threes. Stewart shot 4 of 10 from 3. Do you guys recall
Damn,
Stewart?
10 threes?
Yeah, do
The
you guys
center?
recall Stewart shooting that
Isaiah Stewart.
many threes? Yeah, Isaiah Stewart. I don't recall him. He was a minus 18. Yeah, he scored
Dang.
16 points. Kay Cunningham. Now this is their future, I would suppose. Him and Jaden Ivey. Kay Cunningham played 29 minutes tonight, guys. 5 out of 16 from the field, 2 of 8 from 3. These guys shot up a lot of threes tonight. They must have been trying that out. Cade was a minus 25. He scored 15 points. And then the pride and joy, their youngster, Jaden Ivey, 21 minutes, 3 of 11, 0 for 4 from 3. He was a minus 11, 7 points. I wanted to bring that up simply because I was looking at their plus minus, and I seen how many threes these guys took. They took 39 threes. No, they didn't. Hang on. Hold on. Hang on 1 second. I was wrong there. They took 52 threes. They was 15 out of 52 for 28% in that game. So that was their downfall. And over to Memphis, they started Adams, Brooks, Obdian, Brooks, Adams, John Morant, and Bain. And nobody in particular did anything but John Morant. He played 25 minutes, 12 out of 21 from the field, 1 of 2 from 3, 6 of 8 from the free throw line, 31 points, a plus 14. Baines is the only person. Well, not only Baines, a couple of bench players played well, but Baines had 16. So Detroit didn't look too well tonight, guys. They finished. Well, I don't know if they finished the preseason or not, but they are 0-4. Before I go to the next team, any comments on what you guys think about Detroit? Did you think they were going to do a little better in the preseason? Hello,
Say that
guys.
again. Say that
I
again.
said before I go to the next team, any comments on
No,
Detroit?
no, yeah, yeah. Go on to the next team now.
No, you don't give a damn about them.
Yeah, Detroit is sewer based. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, I thought I would see a little bit more out of them. Okay, the second game was Thunder. The Thunder against the Spurs. The Thunder wins this one 118-112. I don't know if you guys been watching the Thunder. They look like they get their little stuff together now. They sit at 5-1 in the preseason. We know that's what it is preseason. But they getting a little
And they play
continuity
6 games.
now.
Thunder play 6 games.
Yeah, you had a choice to pick how many preseason. Each team had a choice to pick how many preseason games they wanted to play. Some teams chose 5, some chose 4, some chose 6.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So, quick question before I go any further, Dex. If you was a coach, how many games would you schedule your team to play in the preseason?
It depends on the dynamic of my team.
So if you're a younger team, you want more games. If you're an older team, you're going to kind of hold back a little bit. Is that what you think?
Yep.
Okay.
Younger team, we playing. Older team, we resting. Save your juice, guys.
In the Thunder's case, Lou Dort and Giddey were the only two who really played in this game. They had 12 and 18. The rest of the guys came off the bench, and then they started two Jay Williams, and a Jay Robinson. I don't know who they are, and but they didn't look too good either. But San Antonio, enigma of a team, I guess we all can say, huh? But Kay Johnson, he came up with 19 points today. Devin Vassell had 18, and T. Jones had 10. So nothing spectacular in that. But Dex, I heard you asking FYI. Oh no! Before I go any further, did I hear you guys correctly say something about something happened to Zion Williamson?
Yeah, he tweaked his ankle. He won't start the season.
I don't know if you were on here the other day when I told Scott these very words. And I don't. You know, I hate even talking about injured players. But I finally had to tell Scott, I said, Scott, as much as you talk about players that's hurt on all these teams, I hate to see if anything happened to anybody on your team. And, you know, Karma's a motherfucker, man. He talk about Lonzo Ball being hurt so much. If he's listening, he needs to come on up to the damn altar. Now, I'm not wishing, I hope this young man get back as soon as possible. But I never, ever. The only time okay, I ain't going to say that because in football, I used to want somebody to get hurt all the damn time. But not in basketball.
That's a different game. Yeah, that's a different game.
Right, right. Not in basketball.
That's a high velocity collision game. So basketball supposed to be finesse.
Yeah, and so what's the severity of that injury? You say he won't start the season?
Yeah, it's a possibility that he might miss a couple of 4 to 6 weeks or something to that nature. His injury is similar to with Lamelo Ball.
Like that high ankle sprain? No way. He suffered that in the
because
Miami
you know he's
game?
got because you got to remember he's a big boy, you know what I mean? And so even though Lamelo is thin, and Lamelo might have twisted his a little more severely,
it's be more damage. Of course, yeah, I know what you mean. Well,
I'm
reading a report on it. I'm reading a report on it right now that was 6 hours ago, and it reads this. And it reads this: Williamson's ankle is questionable for Friday's exhibitional final against the Hawks. He's day to day.
Yeah, I doubt if they play him. I mean, for what?
No, they're not going to play him in that preseason.
Because Lamelo was game time decision, and you know they're not going to play him.
No,
this was coach's decision.
I wouldn't think they're going to play him either. But
I think Lonnie Walker twisted his ankle in the Laker game.
Oh, did he? Wow.
Mm-hmm. And he was playing good too.
Is FYF still on the panel?
No, he ducked.
Question to you then, Dex. Because I'm gonna go around a couple of teams. I just want your thoughts on a couple of things. I know you're not real concerned because it's preseason. What did you like about the Lakers, and what do they need to work on?
What I found fascinating about the Lakers, and I have a deep found appreciation that they competed in every game, the first 5. That's what I was more concerned about, the first 5. And also, I noticed there's some internal conflict going on between Patrick Beverly and Russell Westbrook. That
What?
remains to be seen going forward. Yeah.
What do you mean? Wait.
Westbrook
Before you
can't
go any
listen.
further,
Westbrook cannot help himself. I don't care how much he lies. Talking about, yeah, I'm gonna buy in. That's just not his attitude. He's a stubborn bull.
what is he doing, Dex? What's happening?
He's not. He's not being incongruent with the team.
Well, he's
Wait a
not
minute.
going along with the plan. He's
No,
not
let me
going
take
along with
that
the
back.
plan.
No, let me take that back. He's not being congruent. He's being incongruent, meaning
So
that
are you telling
he's
me
not
that
coagulating.
he's pushing against this? Are you telling me he's pushing against the system?
to some degree with Patrick Beverly. You see, because Russell Westbrook is a bullhead, right? Because he look at himself as a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's an MVP of the league, the only person that averaged a triple double and multiple seasons. And here you got Patrick Beverly having accomplished anything, have no accolades. Trying to tell Russell Westbrook and whisper sweet nothings in his ear, and Russell shoot him off like, man, whatever. But
I
you're
mean,
not
but it's
supposed to
not.
do that.
Yeah. All right. Wait a minute now, Dex. Could this be to the sentiment that Patrick Beverly is a kind of a hothead himself?
No, I think it's account to Patrick Beverly trying to make himself more important than what he is, according to Russell Westbrook. Dude, just
Well,
just stay in your lane, play your position, get your check, let's win. Don't come try to coach me and get me up under your wing. It's not gonna happen.
is he wrong for that?
Um, to some degree, yes, because the optics don't look presenting. It's not
Is it showing on
it's
the
not
court?
Epicurean. I'm gonna put it like that. The
Is it
optics is
showing?
not Epicurean, meaning that it doesn't taste well when people see
All right.
that.
Is it disrupt? Is it disruptive to the team for the team?
Not really, because it's Patrick Beverly. Now, if it was LeBron James or Anthony Davis, yes. But Patrick Beverly, come on, man, you don't hold no weight right now, dude. You just joined us, and you're just trying to make yourself
So
an integral part by overdoing it in preseason.
okay. So what are your thoughts on it? Who should back off and who should bring it
Russell
up?
should have went to the huddle that Patrick Beverly called, because it's all about camaraderie.
Right, that's
And
what
to
it's all
and,
about.
and if you're going to
Okay, that's
develop
what this is all
camaraderie,
about. That's what this is all about. He didn't come to a huddle.
Right.
yes, which is
Okay.
significant when you come to they never really got along in the first place, but they said they was gonna get along. They was gonna bury
Well,
the hatchet.
you know they're gonna say that. You got cameras in front of them. They're gonna say that. That's not a
Hmm.
problem.
They better
But
do something this season, because on Jenny Bus, if they don't do nothing this season, they're gonna pull the damn plug.
okay. So final question on the bad side to you, Dex, and everybody else on the panel. You guys can answer. Russell Westbrook in this last preseason game you guys just previously played. He had 25 minutes. He was 1 of 3 from the floor with only 3 rebounds, 4 assists. He was a -1. He had 5 points. I got a question before you even answer that. Is not getting Russell acclimated to the offense hurting him in other parts of the game? Meaning,
Russell is not worried about no damn preseason.
oh, okay, all right, I figured that. Okay, so if this happens in game 1, can I come back and ask you that again?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I like to hear
We
that.
have to
Yeah.
revisit it. Yes. Yep.
All right.
Right
Well,
now, I'm giving everybody on the Lakers a pass except Anthony Davis, because
Oh.
he's been out with injury.
Oh.
And
Glass
Anthony
man.
Davis
Okay.
has been playing like a man on a mountain.
Okay. All right. So before we go to the good that you see in your team, I did want to say this to you before we go. And I know that this pertains to your thoughts that you don't give a damn about preseason, but I do. And I think preseason means a lot to the teams, and other people don't, but I really think it does. And it's pertaining to the kind of team that you have. And the Lakers do have a team that are 1-4 preseason. Shouldn't matter what happens in the regular season. But when you look at the numbers for the Lakers, is a -10. I know you're not playing your starters. Point differential. Is that concerning?
No, because Darvin Ham and Anthony Davis and LeBron James, all of them in concert, all of them in concert have said that we've been working on, speaking about the Lakers, we've
Certain.
been working on different lineups
Okay.
and inserting different type of schemes and different junction of the game just to see what it do.
Yes.
So
Okay. So not a true
they're doing a
game
lot of
plan.
experimenting. Yeah.
Yeah, not a true game plan, just experimentation, regardless of what you get in results of it. Okay, understand. All right, to the good. What did you like so far, even though it was
Shout out
preseason?
to Hoop Jargon.
What up,
What did you
Dex?
like so
What up,
far?
Paul?
What's going on, Hoop? What's up,
What up,
buddy?
everybody?
All right. So Dex, and to everybody else on the panel, if you guys want to chime in, what did you like? What did you see that you liked about the Lakers, even though it was preseason?
I told you that. What I saw was that the first five competing. And in most of those
Oh.
games, the first five was winning. It's just when they put in the bench and they start doing all kind of other experimenting. Um, a lot of time they surrendered the league, which is nothing to me. My concern is Anthony Davis being aggressive and being healthy, standing on his feet and finishing, coming to the game whole and leaving in one piece. That was my concern.
Okay. Good take. All right. If nobody else wants to chime in on the Lakers, I did want to ask a
I do.
question about. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You say, I want to chime in on the Lakers.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'll be in and out, man. With the Lakers, it's just hard to diagnose fully what we have. And I see Russ got us saying he's washed up. And it's funny. Russell Westbrook is washed up, but he's not at the same time. And by that I mean he still has ability. But unfortunately for him, his ability isn't conducive to winning. So, meaning, Russell Westbrook's 33 years old. He can play 5 more years and put up numbers and ride off football. The issue with that is the Lakers are not interested in that. Lakers are interested in winning right now because you're trying to milk whatever you can milk out of LeBron right now. That's the crux of the situation. And I don't think Russell Westbrook offers anything to that long term. Because you know how it goes, man. You don't know it's a problem until you say it's a problem. I don't think Russell Westbrook thinks it's a problem. I think he thinks a little bit that something with the miss of last year, but overall, I think he's just doing. He thinks he's doing just fine in his mind. He thinks that Frank Vogel, what I mean?
I didn't heard him
think
say
that.
this before.
Huh?
I didn't heard you say that before, and I'm gonna let you finish. Let him finish,
So
guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
They
Yeah,
asked
go ahead.
him, and he says that he has no expectations. It's not a big deal. So I'm going off what he says. This is verbatim out of his mouth. So, it is what it is. Like, so I think the Lakers, saw that there were no takers in the offseason. Nobody wants him. Not for the money he's worth. I'm not saying nobody wants him on his team, but for the money he gets paid, nobody wants him. So the Lakers got to figure this out. And I think that they did a good job by bringing 2 other point guards in with your boy Schroeder and your boy Pat Beverly, because they know that he's not in long-term investment of what they're doing, in my opinion.
Okay. Anybody else?
Hoop Jargon, hold on one second. I want to ask Hoop Jargon a question. What do you think of what happened with Russell Westbrook and Patrick Beverly?
You think what happened?
Did you see that incident? Yeah, did you see the incident with the huddle?
Yeah.
He refused to come to the huddle?
Yeah, Russell Westbrook's done that many times in his career. He's just an asshole. That's what he's doing. He's been an asshole. Russell Westbrook is one of them dudes who's an asshole who don't know he's an asshole because all he knows is to be the asshole. So
Gotcha.
he'll do these things not even knowing he's doing it. And then, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, after the fact, I did that? For real? Damn. That's just who he is. He's an asshole. He don't take leadership directions well. That's why you had to bring a guy like Mo Cheeks to be his personal coach when he played on Scott Brooks. This is who he is. So,
all right. Do you think this can linger on to the regular season?
I'm sorry?
Do you think this can linger on? Do you think it can linger on to the regular season?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Wow.
We're going to keep seeing this Russell Westbrook shit permeate the the entirety of his career. We're
Okay,
gonna
well,
keep.
let me ask you this.
All right.
Final question then.
All
Will
right.
it be harmful? Will it be harmful to the for the Lakers organization for the team?
Will it be harmful? Yes, but I mean, I think we're already a messed up case as it stands. So, I mean, yes, but I don't think so. So you know, it's funny. I like to have my comments to be nuanced. I don't think Westbrook is the problem with the Lakers, but
Hello.
at the same time, he is the problem with the Lakers because this dude was brought in to be a big piece to move forward, and he's just not that guy no more because he
Okay,
has
but
no
who
game. So
aren't
can
they
it,
asking him to do less? They asking him to do less, aren't they?
he don't want to do less.
He said he don't want to
But
do
you just
less.
No,
but you just
He
said
want to
they
do
brought him
more.
in to be
Shit.
you said they brought him in to be this big piece.
yeah, they
They
did.
want him to do
Russell
less.
Westbrook having fun throwing the ball in the stands.
Yes, bro. If you remember, Russell Westbrook, what did he do? He had a situation. Now we all know the Ricky Rubio when Rubio hit him for 30, and then his goal was to go back and bust his ass next game. His words, not mine. And he had another situation like that where he just has a bad scope of what he is. I want to say against Dame Lillard, perhaps. And I'll go back in the comments later and correct that. But Russell Westbrook thinks winning his matchups is him being a good player. So with less being more, he doesn't understand what that means because all he knows is to be what he is, which is a triple double guy, a high athletic guy, team leader. He doesn't know how to step back and do the D Wade role because he just don't know how to do it.
Okay. Well, anybody else want to comment on the Lakers? If not, I'll move
So
on.
I'm gonna land the plane here, Marvin, and we can move on. The Lakers, man, we're gonna be either a 5 seed and below, and
Wow.
below our floor can be really, really low because we just, because people. Here's the funny thing about being a Lakers fan: when you watch the sports shows, everybody's gonna hype us up because we're the Lakers. But when you really
Right.
look at what we really are,
Marvin like that.
No, I
I don't
don't.
love that.
They
I
they,
don't
they
love
should have
that.
kept
No.
Malik Monk. They should have kept Malik Monk because they was their best shooter on
No.
that team. So I don't know why they
Maybe,
let them go.
maybe, but Malik
Listen,
Monk ain't gonna change life for us.
I have
The problem.
always said this before you go any further, Hoop.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
And Dex, you know, I always said this. I always felt the Lakers were a little top heavy, meaning you're
Yes.
asking for
Thank
too
you.
much out of your top, and then you're not getting very much out of the bottom.
Thank you.
And your power struggle on there is almost harmful because the guys who are not happy won't even say anything.
Thank you.
Meaning, you're kind of afraid of the hierarchy.
Thank you.
So I'm not saying that's a problem, but if you look at the numbers sometime in the Lakers games, when you have LeBron and you have AD scoring 30 and 35 apiece, the other guys are not acclimated. And without Russell Westbrook being there to help out with this, I'm with Hoop Jargon on this. I just don't see how far it can work. Now you do have you count on none, and then I think it's a lot of sentiment in LA to count on Troy Brown Jr. to help with the
What's
3-point
good,
shooting.
Hoop Jargon?
What's up? What's
And
up, Fly?
I'm not sure if that's the answer. A lot of people think Troy Brown Jr. is going to really be a knockdown 3-point shooter. He just left our
He
team.
hasn't even played. I don't
I'm
think.
driving.
Yeah,
It
he's
ain't
very
really about
inconsistent.
that though. We don't have organic basketball. That's the Lakers' problem. Organic basketball does not exist to what we're doing. We're trying to remanufacture this
Damn,
Cleveland
Hoop, you sound like
Cavaliers.
you talking about the Hornets.
No, I think you mean I think I can break it down a little bit lower than that because I know what he's saying. But to me, it doesn't. I haven't never seen any chemistry on this team for one. I mean, he's just ripping and running, and
Marvin.
fast break sometime. I just haven't. And then Court,
That's what I'm saying.
that means a lot for this team, and they hadn't and they keep bringing in new players every year. It's kind of hard to get used to players when
Thank
you
you.
keep bringing in new players.
It's hard to make chemistry and continuity when you just got these names. You think they're interchangeable pieces, and you think it's just going to lead to a championship nucleus. No, it's not. No.
No.
LeBron James don't play defense. Anthony Davis can't be healthy. Russell Westbrook don't play defense. He can't shoot. In no metric. He can't shoot layups. He can't shoot free throws. He can't shoot 3-pointers. That's just facts.
Well,
So
before we go any further, I heard a couple of people yesterday on a different panel. They were really getting on Bryant. How you guys feel about him so far?
he's a journeyman. He's a journeyman big man. I mean, what do you think? He's gonna get what you get out of Thomas Bryant.
He only played on 2 teams.
3 teams.
Yeah,
Well, 2 teams. He's back on the
he
Lakers.
was hurt.
Fair.
He was hurt. He was journeyman when he was hurt.
But he's a journeyman. He keeps moving. That's my point.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
AD gotta stay healthy. AD gotta stay healthy for the rest of the season, man. That's the
Hell
only way
no.
that I see Lakers have a
I agree,
chance.
Kalfani. Yeah, he has
Okay,
to stay
Cal
healthy.
Fines, that's your take on the Lakers. That's cool. Okay, guys, 2 more teams I want to jump
When has
into.
AD been healthy for a whole year?
Well,
That's
he
why
said
we're
he's playing
praying.
82 games this year.
That's
He
why
said
we
he's
praying.
playing 82 games this year.
You gotta play 82 games this year, bro. They gonna
I
have
don't
Well,
know
to.
about
come
82,
on.
72.
Well, that's what he
Maybe
said.
60. Maybe 60. I give him 60.
He
You
said
know.
his
Maybe
goal
60.
is to play 82 games. I'm just telling you what he said.
Yeah, he'll
So,
probably play 72 if at his
No,
max.
no, he won't, Dex. I guarantee you, he won't.
As a healthy
Yeah,
max, you don't think he can make 72?
He got to be healthy. When is he being
Yeah,
healthy?
that's what I mean. As a healthy max.
Yeah, I mean, I
all
hope
right.
so because I'm
But
a
he,
Lakers fan.
you know what? He falls on the ground a lot though, don't he?
Yes,
Yeah, he damn sure does. He's always on the
like,
damn ground.
he
but
built
damn it,
like Bam.
man.
He built like Bambi, bro. But
Okay, guys.
I just I want to show love to Flight in the panel, man. I appreciate y'all letting me speak. I'm gonna
Yeah,
get
man,
with.
no problem. Before you go, Hoop, I want to ask you about one more team because this team here is a lot of people hadn't been talking much about, and they had troubles from last year. And I watched them the other night when they played against Milwaukee, and that's Brooklyn.
Okay.
Now, I want to get your take on one player on that team. That's Ben Simmons.
Okay.
How do you feel he's going to play, and do you think he's coming around in this preseason?
Hell yes, bro.
Yes, I'm happy you seen it.
Huh?
Go ahead. Go give
Yeah,
your take. I'm sorry, I'm excited too.
About this very topic, and I said this 8 months ago. I was like, Ben Simmons is perfect for the Nets because he has no ego, because he doesn't want to score. He just wants to facilitate, and that's what they need. Because Kyrie Irving, he masquerades as a facilitator, but he likes to score. He likes the ball in his hand. KD likes the ball in his hand. Now, he will play off ball. He showed that in Golden State that he's willing to do that. But he's not a facilitator. Ben Simmons is perfect. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? He also wants to play defense. Something
Yes,
that
he does.
has a problem with. So he's a perfect, and I hate the fact that he didn't play last year, with his mental issues, whatever. I'm not going to besmirch him for that. That's his own issue. But this is perfect for the Nets. And now that, I laid my video out with a backdrop with Skip and Shannon talking about it, about how it's a good fit. Hoop Jargon gave that for free. I said that 8 months ago. I'm like, this is a perfect trade with James Harden. It's a perfect trade. And
and before you go any further, because I want to get Dex and Cal Phonics' take on this, on Ben Simmons, just to let you guys know before you even have your takes. I watched the game. I don't know if you guys watched them play against Milwaukee. I know it's preseason. Please don't hit me for this. But these guys were out there trying to get some things set up. So I watched them play. So if you were through, if you got more to say, Hoop Jordan, go ahead. If not, one of you other guys, give me your take on Ben Simmons.
I'll go in short verse because I'm about to eat. But no, it's just like if you understand how pieces move, because listen, the Brooklyn Nets don't have leadership from Steve Nash, because for whatever reason he's just a soft motherfucker and they don't listen to him. It is what it is, and they said this on record. This is not Hoop Jargon talking. This is the players talking. Like Kyrie Irving said, we don't really even need a head coach. That's what he said, not me. So Steve Nash is a soft character. He's a Canadian. I mean, it is what it is. So you need a guy in who's going to be an extension of the coach, who's going to be a leader on the floor as far as facilitating and distributing. And that's Ben Simmons. What better person out there not named Giannis or LeBron or Luka Doncic could play the role he's playing right now? It's a perfect guy. And he don't want to shoot. He don't want to shoot.
This to everybody who haven't seen him play. If you go to YouTube, guys, there's a channel on there called All for Basketball. I put it in the chat here before I leave, and it's got the last preseason games. You can watch them in full. Go back and watch this last game that Ben Simmons played, guys, against Milwaukee. I'm telling you, he looked damn good.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you guys, he looked damn good. I'll give you a stat line, and then I'm gonna let the rest of the guys go. His stat line for this game, this is against Milwaukee. He was playing against Giannis most of the time, too. Played 28 minutes. He was 3 for 5 from the field, 1 and 3 from 3. But he had 8 rebounds and 10 assists in 20 8 minutes. So I just wanted to bring him up. I appreciate that, Hoop. I'm happy you had. So you said you did a video on him, huh? You did
I
a
did.
a show on him.
Also,
He's
Ben
a,
Simmons took some threes in the game.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I
that's
was
what you're
about to say
telling
I
me.
want to talk about that the live he did
Yeah,
today.
okay. Yeah, Flight. I want you in here on that one too. Because I got a couple of more things to throw in. But Hoop Jorgen, I didn't know if he was finished or not. Go ahead, Hoop.
no, in Flight, I want you to ask your question. I'll stay on until the end of this little talking point.
Yeah, because I want to hear their takes. Flight,
No,
on you next. What do you
I
think
was just
about that?
what'd you say?
On you next. What you think about Ben Simmons?
Should I? I'm gonna have to see some more from him. I don't think he's as bad as people saying, but let's see. I'm not gonna get tripped up over a preseason game. So I think he's in a hell of a situation with the Brooklyn Nets. I mean,
Yeah.
you
You think
can't
he can make that
possibly
team
screw
better?
this up.
Can he make that team better?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think he's in a different situation than he was. This is a much more offensive team, than he played with in Philadelphia, in my humble opinion. I think his strength should. Let's see what happens. I don't know. Let's ask Hoop Jog what he thinks of him.
Yeah,
Because
he
Hoop
just
Yeah,
Jog
did.
will
I
know
was on.
more than me.
I'll
Yeah,
land
he
the
just.
plane here.
Go ahead, Hoop.
Yeah, I'll land the plane because I want other brothers to get a chance to speak. But no, I mean, the situation with the Brooklyn Nets is just,
You
it's
good,
not
Hoop?
personal
We've been speaking
driven.
all day.
Huh?
I said you good. We've been speaking all day.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's not personnel driven. The problem with the Brooklyn Nets is the chemistry is off, and they don't have a real goal as a collective. And the reason why is because they're too top heavy with Kyrie and KD. They need a guy who's going to balance them out, who's going to play defense, and who's going to just help balance that whole situation out. Now, James Harden could have been that, but he had the hamstring situation. It just wasn't. For whatever reason, he don't play on defense either. It
It's
just wasn't
Russell
good.
West. Just tell it
Huh?
like it is. That's Russell Westbrook's little big brother shit. Real simple shit.
Pretty much, yes. And I put them in the same category. Real shit. I put them in the same
That's why I
category.
said it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And that's why when he went to the Houston Rockets, I was like, oh no, that won't work. And taking no further than this, when Russell Westbrook, when they was losing to the Lakers, he was talking about somebody can't guard him, and while he was about to get eliminated, I'm like, dude, how idiotic are you? When you talking about somebody can't guard you and you're literally about to get eliminated at the playoffs. But whatever. I'm gonna leave Russ alone.
All right. One more thing I want to ask you before you burn, because we do want to hear your takes on this.
Go ahead.
O'Neal, they picked up O'Neal from, I think he came from Utah, did he? He's actually inserted in that starting lineup. Yeah. Royce. He's averaging 7 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. He's been playing in the preseason. You think he can help that team? You think he takes a lot of pressure off? And in these preseason games, we hadn't seen no Seth Curry and no Joe Harris. Will that mean a lot on that team being better also?
Yes, I do. Because what they're missing is Spencer Dinwiddie. He's a big piece that's missing from that nucleus. So they're trying to find these ancillary pieces that's going to help, give them that balance. I think Royce O'Neal is a great pickup. I think he's going to help.
Along with Morris and Watanabe. They picked those two up also.
Yes. And I think Seth Curry, again, him not getting no minutes yet, I think that's going to be a great piece. I mean, Brooklyn got plenty of shooters, and Seth Curry is a shooter, but he has high basketball IQ as well. And I think once you get him out there, it's definitely going to show.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring them up because of this, guys. Quiet as it kept, not too many people are talking about him because of what happened to him last year in the playoffs. And that had a lot to do with KD being hurt last year. With him coming in healthy, he played a good game. I watched that Milwaukee game, and after the game, Giannis actually said that game didn't mean nothing. They went 0-5 in the preseason. But Giannis tried to win that damn game. I watched him. He played 32 minutes. He was 6 out of 21 with 14 rebounds. He was playing to win that game. He can't tell me he wasn't.
Yeah.
Brooklyn outplayed
Giannis is hustle man.
Yeah. And Drew Holiday played in that game. He played 35 minutes. Giannis played 32. Portis played 26. And they didn't have Middleton, which is a big piece of that team. I guess we can all say that. But they tried to win that game, and Brooklyn actually beat them pretty bad. So Dex, if you didn't mind, give me your take on Brooklyn and what you think Ben Simmons can bring to this club.
Brooklyn got Kyrie. Whoop-de-doo.
Oh hell! Now you don't like him. You hear that? You hear that hoop jargon all damn
Turncoat.
summer long.
That
All
boy
he been talking about
turncoat.
is Kyrie to the Lakers, and now that he's not
Turncoat.
there, he mad at Kyrie. That's a damn shame.
Come on,
Go
Dex.
ahead, give me your Dex. Give me your fake take and go get off the panel. Hell, go ahead.
Nah, but in reality, I concur with Hoop and Calfani about Ben Simmons and testing 1, 2, 3 that he's definitely the glue to seam it all together. Only
Big,
thing we got to worry about is Ben Simmons' motor to finish the job and get the job done. I don't want him to get halfway through the season, all kind of conflicts, internal conflict start happening with him. That would be devastating. So just get the job done, Ben Simmons. All you got to do is cruise in your lane, and KD and Kyrie will do the rest.
All right,
big.
good take. Cal Phonics, did you want to chime in on this?
I just hope Ben Simmons just keep his head together. He in a place to where the coach is going to have more confidence in him versus when he was in Philadelphia with Doc Rivers. So it should be okay. Hopefully he have his issues. Hopefully he don't claim mental health issues. I hope he don't have that again this year. Or he can just play a full 82 games and try to make it to the playoffs.
Good take. Now I did
Cal
before I
Funny
move
want
off of this.
everybody to play 82 games.
Yeah, before I
Ain't no
move
more
off of this.
AC Green.
Before
No.
I move off of them, I wanted to mention this because one thing that they have been doing in the preseason, I know it's preseason, I'm gonna keep saying that, Dex, is playing better defense. They are actually playing a lot better defense with Ben Simmons on the court, guys. Now picture this team with a good defensive squad with the firepower they have. They could be something special. Just wanted to bring them up because I thought they were an interesting team. And then we can go over across the board to Milwaukee. Does 0-5 in the preseason mean nothing to a Milwaukee Bucks club? I guess we all can say yes, right?
Oh no, I don't think they mean anything because I believe the Bucks gonna be one of the top teams that's gonna be in the playoffs this year. So
Before I get deep into the Bucks, question to you and Dex: is Giannis a bowling ball?
Yes, basically. I think so. I don't think you
What
have
you
no
think,
finesse in
Calphanis?
this game.
Calphanis, what you say to that?
well, I think Giannis, I think he's suspending his game, which is good. He's starting to shoot the jumper more. I mean, the outside shot, because if you notice in years past that in the playoffs, that teams where they block him out the hole because at first remember. Him going to the hole is the only thing he had at one time. So by him spending his game
Yeah, you
trying
talking
to
about the wall.
huh?
You talking about the wall, how they build a wall for
How they
Giannis.
build,
That's what
yeah,
they called
yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. How they build the ball for him. So since he expanding his game, they can't. It's not gonna be easy for teams to do that to him now.
Yeah, well, I mean, his shooting percentages are not bad. We all know that. But when I say bowling ball, I mean this. Whenever Milwaukee is down, they always let Giannis bring the ball up and just go to the hoop, straight like a bowling ball, and it works. I'm just gonna be honest. It's worked so far.
Yeah, it's work.
So
Well, yeah.
So with that championship pedigree, I guess we all can say that the Milwaukee Bucks is always going to be in the running. And then with Giannis on the team, I guess we all can agree with that. But there's a player they picked up in the offseason named Joe Ingles. Now, I thought Joe Ingles they got him from Utah too, I think too. But I thought Joe Ingles averaged more points, but last year he didn't average number 7 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists. I thought he averaged a little bit more than that, but I think he'll be a key addition to this team.
Hey
You
Marvin,
guys think so?
I want to ask you
Mhm.
this too about the Suns. Okay, I don't know if somebody mentioned this the other day, but what you think about the Suns? Do they still have a chance to go back to the playoffs, or is Chris Paul and them is done? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
All right. All right. First of all, To each and everybody out there that think the Suns are done, they're wrong. Just because they lose in the playoffs, everybody gets in the consent that the Suns are no good no more. We all forget they won 65 games last year, and not one of those games were flukes. They beat top teams last year. They had a problem in the playoffs. As a matter of fact, every other team in the NBA had a problem in the playoffs except one, and that was Golden State. So if anybody thinks Phoenix is not who they were, or like the guy said when the Bears beat them, Phoenix are who we thought they were. Now they might
Dennis
be a little
Green.
bit
That
in
was Dennis
shambles.
Green,
Yeah, Dennis Green. Listen, they
Cardinals head
might be in a
coach.
little shambles with the Crowder thing, and a little because of the DeAndre Ayton thing. But when the rubber hits the road, they're gonna still be able to run a high pace, fast paced, good defensive squad out there every damn night, and they are going to be effective.
Yeah, I
Winning
believe.
is listen. Winning is it just brings confidence. It
Yeah.
makes you forget about bad things that's happening. It makes you forget about a lot of things. If they start winning, and I'm pretty sure they're going to win, guys, because if you look at their roster up and down, they still got basically the same team. I think they lost one or two players. I don't even. Yeah, they lost their center and they lost somebody else.
Oh,
But
they lost JaVale McGee, I think, right? Yeah. Okay.
yeah, and they lost somebody else too. I don't think they lost anybody else. Yeah, but they lost McGee.
Yeah.
He was a rim runner for them, but he wasn't one of their main factors to winning. So I didn't even heard what you just said. Are they going to make the playoffs? You think it's all right if they don't make the playoffs? Let me tell you this: after winning 65 games the year before, it'd be the first time in NBA history. Did you know that?
Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just
No
think about
team
that
has
now.
won 65 games one year, and the following year didn't make the playoffs. So for
We know
people to
that.
think they're going to drop that far down, now I'm scared to even say how far. I don't think they'll win 65 games this year, simply because the West is so much better.
It's deep. I
But I
think they're
think
gonna win
this,
at least 50 games this year. I say 50. I think they can
I
at
mean,
least
but
win.
that's a 15 game drop. Think
Yeah,
of
that's
that.
not. Yeah. That's not gonna hurt them. No, that's not gonna hurt them.
I mean, good question to me, and I'll definitely answer it. I'm still giving them at least 55 or up wins.
55
53,
games. 55
yes.
games. Yeah, that's gonna be
I
tough,
mean,
man.
all right, all right. For you to have a different thoughts, tell me where they got worse at.
No, I'm not gonna get worse. I'm just thinking about the rest has got tougher now. So I'm thinking about the other teams now. So are they actually gonna win 55 games? I give them 50 games. I ain't gonna give them. I mean, I want to see they could win 60 games. See, you said they won 65 last year, which I saw the record. Okay, I give them 50. I give them 50 games though.
You giving them a 15 game drop.
That's it.
Dex, are
I
you on the
don't.
panel? He's gone. I
Who?
just wanted to hear somebody else. Is anybody else on the panel or
Yeah,
anybody
I'm
in the
on here.
chat? Okay,
Hey
Dex.
Dex, what you think about
All right,
that?
Dex. With Phoenix winning 65 last year, do you think they're gonna go down to 50 wins this year?
It's a possibility because the West was hurt last year. There was a lot of injuries in the West. So it's a possibility because the West got better, they got more healthier, and some of them wins they probably won't win. And the Eastern is beasting. So it's a possibility they can go down
But
to
that's
about 6, 7
15
wins.
games. Oh, yeah, okay, 6 or 7. That's what I gave them, to at least 53 to 55. I'm not gonna give them 65 wins again, but I'm not
No,
taking
no.
15 games away from them.
As long as
All
they stay
right.
healthy, though, Marvin, they got to stay healthy
I
because
mean, but
that's a
they never
fragile team.
they wasn't hurt. They wasn't hurt much last year. They hadn't
That's
had
what
a
I'm trying to
tendency
explain to
to
you.
injury.
They got to stay healthy because if
And
they if they lose
that's
Chris Paul, they lose Devin Booker, DeAndre Ayton,
oh
Jay
yeah.
Crowder, either one of those type of guys, they will slide,
Oh
and
well,
that's
that's
obvious.
understood.
That's obviously
And
speaking.
that's
Yeah,
yeah. That's pertaining to every top notch NBA team. They lose their best players. They're not going to be as
I
good.
know, but that's my point because a lot of people is getting on a lot of these teams, i.e. the Lakers, because they was injury riddled and they wasn't trying to make me hear no excuses or give the Lakers a crutch to lean on. So it applies across the board throughout the NBA landscape that if these teams are not healthy coming down the stretch, whoop de doo.
Oh, plus you got to have a good bench. So the Suns still got a pretty decent bench. I believe they do.
Now, if
Yeah.
they miss
Well,
any
they
one of them
lose.
players that I just named, even Makai Bridges,
Yeah,
they're gonna
Okay.
take a slide.
yeah.
All right. Does this season hinge on what Jay Crowder does?
Say that again.
Does this season for Phoenix hinge on what Jay Crowder does?
Not particularly, but cohesively, it could be a problem.
He got to step up. They're gonna expect him to step up more. So it's gonna be a major difference for him this season.
Well, wait a minute now. I thought I heard that he's already requested a trade.
Uh, wow, I didn't know that. I missed that. I must have missed that report.
Somebody told me that the other night. Yeah, am I correct about that, Jay?
Say that again.
Did Jay Crowder already request a trade?
Well, he said he want out of here, but I don't think they're gonna budge because that was based on the ownership. It wasn't based on anything internal with the coaching staff and the managerial aspect of the Phoenix organization. That was the ownership that he just didn't want to rock with.
Okay, so you feel because of the change of ownership, you figure he's gonna come on back and say, okay, let's get this done.
I mean, he's there. I mean, his
Yeah,
cries fell on deaf ears. Put it that way.
All right. Well, wait. He's gonna at this point where he's gonna go anyway. Who's gonna pick him up?
Well, there's a bunch of teams that would like him. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, because he's 3-D. I mean, a solid 3-D.
Yeah.
Now, don't never think that nobody would want him. He's definitely a high prize out there for any damn body, including the Chicago Bulls, that we would love him. But
Well, that's one of the teams he wanted to go to.
I know it. I just want to mention it
He
because
said, "Chicago, come get me." That's what he said in the tweet.
Yeah, and they thinking about it too. That's why they doing what they doing to Patrick Williams. That's to it for another show because I don't want to get into that. I want to go to this other team. All right, if you guys got another minute, I like to discuss the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Oh, we got time. I got time. We got a lot of time.
All right, okay. Cal Phonics, I'm gonna start with you. How good do you think Minnesota is, and how far can they go this year?
Well, I think they made some adjustments. Okay, they might have lost Porzingis, they might have lost Bronson to New York. I believe that.
No, Minnesota Timberwolves. No,
you talking? No, well, my bad. Yeah, I'm thinking. I don't know what I'm thinking about Dallas. The Timberwolves. I think they can make it to the playoffs. If they play their cards right, I give them second round.
Second round.
Yeah.
And Nazi Reed playing well for them.
Who will they beat in the first round?
Let me see who's the MC. Who let me see. Well, I don't know.
All right. First of all, if you say they're going to be in the playoffs, are they going to be in the play-in or the playoffs? Playoffs, play-in.
Well, that might be in a play-in. I can't give them a playoff team yet. Well, I say play-in. I say play-in for right now.
All right, wait now, guys. All right, first, let me start with this question. Did they get better in the trade?
You said, are they better than Detroit?
No, did they get better since they made the trade?
I think so.
You talking about for Woody Gobert? Gobert?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that should be a better.
All right, so if they better,
that should be better. That should be better.
How many games did they win last year? They were in the playoffs last year. They was in the play-in last year.
No, they was in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, that was.
And
they made the playoffs. They made the playoffs.
So if you say they got better, then that means they should be better this year, then, correct?
Well, if that's the case, I say second round again, but I can't say they're gonna go to the third round, but it depends who they gonna face.
All right, Dex. Question to you: do you think this team is based on chemistry? Do you think they're gonna have to see if this is gonna work, or do you think they can put it together real fast?
I think they can put it together real fast because Rudy Gobert is a plug and play guy. Because all he does is roam, block shots, defend the rim. So you don't have to scheme him into your offense, nor do you have to scheme him into your defense. So that alone will allow Big Cat to feel free to do whatever the hell he wants to do on offense and not be fretful on defense because he has a solidified top 2-3 defender in the league. Current former former defensive player of the year. I mean, Marcus Smart just barely eked him out because he would have had three, like Ben Wallace. You know what I'm saying? There's only a
Yeah.
few people in the history that got that award 3 consecutive years in a row. So I just think Minnesota will be good. Anthony Edwards will be able to roam, and he don't have to. Any shot that he take won't be consequential. Whereas last season, when they start making a playoff run, you notice Big Cat and D'Lo kind of got more aggressive because they're veteran laden, and Anthony Edwards was more selective. This season, I believe Anthony Edwards don't have to be so consequential in the shot. He can shoot basically anything that he feels he needs to get up. So basically, it's inconsequential every time that he shoot the ball, knowing that he has a better version of Big Cat and a better version of Rudy Gobert and a somewhat cerebral D'Lo, because D'Lo was humbled last year in the presence of Anthony Edwards' ascension. So by Anthony Edwards ascending in that position, really thrust him to the fringe of an all-star. But he was just a little short. He was just short. You know what I'm saying? And I think this year could be an outbreak for him. And I think Anthony Edwards is ready. So go for it, Ant-Man. Go for it.
Well, well, I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
yeah.
this. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Calvin.
One thing we forgot to mention that Big Cat, he's on your big best man, best man shoot that can shoot the three well. So yeah, that's gonna be big. That's big for the Timberwolves. That's all I want to
Yeah.
say.
And
Yeah.
I want to explain that because that's some spacing right there. You keep those guys away from each other. But I did want to say this, and this is a question to both of you guys. Are we banking on this team running all the way through and being a well-oiled machine because of their starting lineup? Because I bet you guys can't name one person on their bench.
Say that again, Marvin, because it was a lot of noise in the background.
All right. Question to you guys, both of you. Are we banking the success that we think Minnesota is about to have on the starting five? Because I bet you nobody on this panel or in the chat can name one person that's coming off of their bench.
Off of Minnesota's?
Yep.
Well, I'm not banking on Minnesota bench. I'm banking on a best five.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because
Are we
those,
banking on their success totally on their starting five because
yeah,
they don't
that's what
have
I'm banking
no
it on.
bench?
Because I don't. Patrick Beverly is gone. You know what I mean?
That's right.
And they traded some pieces for Gobert. So
A
that
lot.
top five, yeah, that top five have to really shoulder the responsibility of getting this team in a deep playoff run. So when they enter that extended season, which is the playoffs, they know they have to get the job done based on what they gave up and for whom they gave it up for.
Yes. And before Caliphonic goes, Basil writes in the chat, bench is the weakest part for Minnesota. I totally agree. And also, I brought it up simply, and that's why I wanted to address Minnesota, period. I mean, just totally, because I really feel everybody just sees the starting five on this team. I mean, I have to go to their depth chart to see who's on the bench on this team. I'm not saying they don't have a bench, but the guys that are on that bench are not well recognized, and I don't know
But
how much they're
Marvin, you
proven.
build your bench in the second half of the season, not the first. You start claiming players off waivers. You start getting
They, they
buyouts,
they are over.
trades.
They already in the damn luxury tax, bro.
Well, if you want to win, you got to win. Shit, I mean, saying. I'm
I
just
mean,
saying
you
how you build your team down the stretch to make it more formidable in your conference, and that is the second half of the season after
okay, but
everything. I mean, for the trade deadline and things of that nature, and you going down that back stretch.
okay, okay. I'm happy you brought that up because I want to say this. In the same sense of what you're talking about, do you handcuff yourself by putting yourself early in the luxury tax? Or do you be like the Chicago Bulls? Get the bare minimum. Make sure you're not in the luxury tax, and you can address those issues at the trade deadline.
Well, I'm
Question
not
to
going to
you.
get okay. Listen, I'm not going to get entangled with the ifs, ands, or maybes. isms and schisms. I'm just gonna say it like this: they top five better get the job done for what they gave up for Rudy Gobert. If they was
Damn
banking
right.
on their bench, if they was banking on their bench, then they wouldn't have got Rudy Gobert. They would have to go get somebody else. So Minnesota is saying top five, get the job done, and we will fill in the gaps as the season unfurl, especially during the break, and that's the trade deadline and things of that nature. We will get pieces then, and we will know what we have coming down the backstretch. Because one thing the NBA have always told us throughout the 75 history of its existence is that you better be ready in them last 20 games of the season, because that's the telltale sign of what your DNA is all about. Outside of that last 10 times two increments, how hoop jargon always tell us about 10 game increments, those
Yes,
last
sir.
two
Something
increments
I
of
abide by
development,
very well.
yeah,
Yes.
some those last 10 games, I mean, them last 20 games, which is 2 game evaluation, will let you know how well your team will most likely do in the playoffs. So whatever you see with Minnesota got now, as far as the bench and stuff like that, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's what they
Yeah.
have when there's no more movement going on between the teams.
Yeah, good point. Before we go any further, I just want to give a shout out to the chat, man. Appreciate you guys being here, everybody on the panel too. Hit that like button, man. Get those likes up, man. This flight, you got good content, good guys on there, spitting good literature to you guys. Shout out to Slim, to Basil, everybody, Paul, all you guys in the chat, man. You got questions, man?
Teamwork.
Throw them up here. Throw them up here, all you guys, man. Throw them up here. I'll try to get to them and read them out. Just going through a couple of teams tonight. Me and Dex and Cal Phonics. Next on my list is a team I know Dex
He said
truly
Cal
hates.
Phonics. Cal
Well, what's
Phonics.
his name? Cal Fine. Okay, apologize, Dice. Yeah, I just hit a. I think I crapped out. But I did want to go to this next team, Dex. I know you don't like them. That's why I'm going to them. That's going to be the
The
Clippers. That's going to be the Clippers. And
infamous flippers.
well, the reason I want to bring them up is this: is it too many chefs in the kitchen on this team?
No, I mean, I think the Clippers are well put together, and they have a absolutely wonderful coach in Ty Lue, who's very player oriented when it comes to smoothing out egos, because he do fall from the tree of Phil Jackson, and he have learned a lot from Phil Jackson psychologically, because he played under the stewardship of Phil Jackson when he had two budding stars, Shaq and Kobe, and he also had Rick Fox. So
So you
when
saying
you have a
you saying he can juggle this offense without no discontent?
yes, yeah, I think so. I think so. You know what I mean? He know how to smooth out the egos, and but the flippers are who they are. Like you said, what Dennis Green once said, they are who we said they are. They
Is
showed
that
us
true?
who they are, and
Are
I
they? Oh wait,
believe who they are.
are they paper tigers? Are they paper tigers?
Champ, paper champs.
No, paper tigers. I mean,
I don't think they're
they hold
paper
up.
target tigers. I think they're better than that. I just think the flippers are the flippers, and it's going to come a time where they just become their own train wreck and they get in the way of themselves, because until they get into that new building, when they get in that new building, then it might be something different. But other than that, and listen, Marvin, Calfani, Flight, we had an awesome journey, and tour guide and myself roaming around the LA streets. And we went into Inglewood and we saw what we call raw material being put together for the Inuit Dome. And this north of $2 billion arena is going to be spectacular. I'm saying they got everything that you can imagine, even living quarters in that
Does
building.
does that make the team play better, Dex?
I think it does, because sometimes when you're renting from somebody else, you got to go by their rules, and you don't be able to extend your legs and extend your arms and yarn and, and make a fart when you want to. You don't always have to keep the toilet seat down when you want to. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of restrictions when you're playing in somebody else's house. When they get their own,
Understood.
when they get their own, Marvin, I just think those restrictions will be lifted. They can look at their non-banner uh, ring of honor and say, you know what, we need to fill this thing up because it's empty. Our ring of honor banners of championships is empty. We need to get like that other building over there, about 6-7 miles away from us. Because when
I
you go to
believe.
play in the Lakers arena, you look up and see all those banners because they don't take them down. They make you look at them.
Totally agreed. Final question to Cal on this one. I'm going to call off the Clippers roster. Tell me if there are too many chefs in the kitchen. All right, the starting lineup should read this: Kawhi Leonard, Morris, Zubac, John Wall, and Paul George. Listen to all these names that are on their bench and tell me, where are you going to play them? Nicholas Batum, Covington, Reggie Jackson, Trey Mann, Kennard, Coffee, and Boston. And I hadn't even mentioned Norman Powell. That is 13 guys. Are they truly that deep, or is that a
Yeah.
problem?
No, they deep. They like the Pelicans. They like the Bulls. They got a deep bench, and you're going to need that down the stretch because health is an issue throughout the terrain of the NBA. So if you have a bench that deep with that many quality players, you're doing yourself a service.
No egos flaring up?
Marvin, egos are everywhere, but when it comes down to it, your paycheck says do this. My paycheck says I'm supposed to do that. So as long as you're doing your thing and I'm doing my thing, there's no reason for us to collide.
So you see success with the Clippers.
To a certain extent, yes. I said that they're a
All right.
train wreck. They're going to find some way to derail themselves. See,
Okay.
this is not the first time the Clippers had a really good team and a deep roster. I
They
mean,
didn't have the
for
same
crying out,
coach. They didn't
for
have the,
crying out,
but they did.
yeah.
They didn't have the same
They had
coaches
Doc
at present
Rivers.
time.
They had Doc Rivers. He's a good
Yeah.
coach. He's a championship coach. He's player related. He don't take no stuff. So they had a championship quality coach before, and they had a deep team before. I'm talking about Lob City. And look what
Yeah.
happened. They get there and they falter.
Well, and they only been there one time. So do you think it's their time now?
I'm not saying how many times they've been there. What I'm saying is that they had quality teams with quality players, and with in the trend of high IQ basketball players ran deep in the Clippers. It's just that they always find a way to collapse at the wrong time.
Okay. All right. Enough about the Clippers. I got two more teams here I want to address before flight kick us off because it's getting close to 12. And it was a game that was played the other night. And I thought it meant a lot on where each team was direction they was going in. And that was the Pelicans against Miami. And Miami kind of played them to the wilt. The final score was 120 to 103. Is that the competition that the Pelicans are looking for to determine how good of a team they are, or was this just a preseason loss? Hello.
Yeah, sorry, Marvin. My mic was on mute. I said it was a one off, and I have no words about the Pelicans. The Pelicans are a good team. I have my issues with the Pelicans, but it was not so much players driven. It was more so managerial driven, and that was
Who is
and it
that?
basically came. That's Calfani. I'm trying to mute you, Calfani. Just let you stay on mute for a minute.
I didn't mean it.
All right, there you
And
go.
yeah. And so it wasn't player driven, it was managerial driven. And at the same time, my major issue was with David Griffin, based on the fact he tried to devalue Lonzo Ball and try to get him back on a regurgitation as a low ball. And I thought that
Yeah.
was unfair to the young man, especially for the grueling journey he had in the NBA, stemming from the Lakers and then coming over with Brandon Ingram, Hart, and pick Zion #1. So I thought it was going to be like a brand new start for him. Him and Zion got really cozy and everything, and they start to take off, and Zion get hurt. So now there's basically just him, Bi, and Hart to try to salvage the season. And these fools drafting guards,
Yeah.
like
Well,
really. I
I
mean,
wanted to bring it
you
up.
get
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, you get rid of the Frank Jacksons of the world. You get rid of the Nico Millies of the world. You get rid of the Kendrick Williams of the world. And then you go get the Najee Marshalls, the Kyra Lewis, the Nikhil Alexander Walker. I mean, like, when do the nightmares stop? What is wrong with this David Griffin guy? And eventually he gets bailed out because CJ wants out, and he sees a nice budding New Orleans teams with no direction, no guidance. Willie Green convinced them, "Come on, man, come down here, man. We can make magic happen and things of that nature." And he does, and he turned the organization around. They got into a play-in with a underwhelming record. They snuck through the back door, and then eventually they won throughout the play-in and got into a series with Phoenix and ended up losing in 6, which was a good showing for the New Orleans
Yes.
Pelicans. So nobody can poo-poo that right there, and they did it without Zion. So now Zion coming into this season, Marvin, we
I
are
know
ready
it.
for Zion,
Well, and
Mount Zion.
I brought it up for that very reason because Zion actually because Miami was playing to win that game. I actually watched the game because their starters Butler played 24, Adebayo played 25. I'm sorry, Butler played 25. Kyle Lowry played 25. Tyler Hero played 25. They played to win the game. I could tell the way that Miami was playing that game. It was a test for them to see where they were, and they played pretty well. These guys played pretty well as a unit, is what I'm saying. They played better as a cohesive unit. Robinson didn't really play that well, but Strauss looks good. He's only 5% body fat on him now. He looks real good. But Robinson has been playing well in the playoffs. So the question to me, I wasn't really dressing the Pelican as much as I was the Miami Heat. How good can this team be, man? They didn't make any more. Uh, they didn't bring anybody in. They lost PJ Tucker, but they still look good. Are they still Eastern Conference Finals material?
Uh, I think the Miami Heat takes a step back this season.
Uh, PJ Tucker, I think he was a good part of that defense for that team. So yeah, that might hurt them a little bit if they don't got nobody else to replace that. So that's one thing we got to keep on. And oh yeah, Marvin, I would say about the Pelicans. With the step they took this past season with Zion coming back. I expect, like I told Jessica and I told Sky, if Zion come back, that team should be a 6 seed. It should not be a playing team.
You're right. Now, before we get off of these two teams, I did want to ask you guys to address this issue on the
And I,
Pelicans.
I just want to say this also, since we on the Heat, just imagine if Kobe Bryant the went through the acquisition of, excuse me, went through the process of being acquired by the Miami Heat. You know that he was damn near Miami Heat in 2010.
And he was almost a Bull too. Now, yeah, I do know that. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, but at that present time, who did the Heat have? I can't remember.
Shit, they had remember the LeBron
Shaq.
James? That's 2010.
I mean, they had LeBron. Okay, they had LeBron. Okay. Yeah, that would have been a hell of
Bosh,
a team.
Wade.
Okay, question. One more question about the Pelicans. Trey Murphy has been cutting a fool this preseason. I mean, he has been lighting it up. Is he? Is
Why
he?
you why you jump from Pelicans to Miami then back to the Pelicans?
because they played each other. This is the
Oh, okay,
game I'm
got you.
doing.
Okay,
They played
I
each
got
other.
you.
He actually started this game off 4 for 5 from three. He ended up 4 for 9. But he's been shooting lights out at three. Is he a piece that they keep, or is he or the Pelicans thinking to move Trey?
Well,
He's a
I don't
shooting
know
guard.
about that one. Yeah, I don't know about that because you probably have to talk to Sky and Jessica. They probably a little more fitted and qualified to answer that because I don't follow the Pelicans like that, so I wouldn't know anything past like the BIs or the Zion Williamsons and things of that nature. The help, you know what I'm saying? The help, I don't really follow the help.
Yeah. Well, I was just asking that because of how deep the team is. But as well as he's been playing in the preseason, I would say you never get rid of a young guy like this who's playing this well. I think his confidence is just now coming up. I think he can't. I think he's just going to get better and better. Before the Heat,
Well, I know
who I was
I know
really
the Miami done cut some people, so they done start, they done broke out their knife or their machete.
Hmm.
So,
I got.
So
If we
Marv,
got time, go ahead.
and
Go
that was
ahead.
yesterday.
so Marvin, yeah, I think me and Dix was talking about this. Do you think that Liangelo Ball has a chance to make a roster spot? I mean, FYF was on here a little earlier, but do you think Liangelo Ball can get a roster spot?
Well, we had this conversation the other day, and I mean, just being true. If you go by the production and what seems like the Hornets are trying to show or showcase him, I would say no. But there could be other things that's in the making to make this roster. So I can't say yay and I can't say nay because I'm not deep into the organization. But if you go by the eye test of what shot and but see, you can't even do that because of how
Right.
dysfunctional all it is. They just
Yeah,
the
yeah,
damn
yeah,
organization is so damn dysfunctional. You can't tell what corner they're gonna turn. So that's a
yeah,
question I kind of leave alone
yeah,
because I mean I don't know what direction they're going in, so I don't know who they want on their freaking team.
yeah.
You know what I
Dex,
mean?
Dex. I guess we gotta wait till Saturday, man. See who they gonna wave and hope just keep our fingers crossed.
I ain't got to keep my finger
Okay.
crossed for nothing.
Yeah, see, Dex knows some more stuff. I ain't gonna ask him on air. I'll ask
Yeah.
him later. Moving along to the next two teams. Two teams that I think are going to be kind of intriguing in the East. They had a battle the other day, and these two teams are the Atlanta Hawks and the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Cleveland came out on top in this game as at 105-99. Starting with Cleveland, will Donovan Mitchell make this team as good as what they gave up for him? Starting with you first, Mike.
Shit, he better. I mean, I don't think you would go through all that to just the go down. I mean, that'd be my take on that. Like, so hopefully we gonna really see what Donovan Mitchell is made of as a leader of a team.
Okay, here's a question before we go any further, and I'm gonna say this again. I'm gonna keep saying it while Dex is on the panel. I know this was preseason.
Okay.
Donovan Mitchell the other day shot 8 of 26 from the field. Will he keep taking all them damn shots?
No, I don't think he's gonna keep on taking them shots because I think like you said, it's the preseason, right? So I think he was just getting some shots up, getting them jitters out. So by the time the regular season come around, it should he should already be settled in.
Okay, well, Garland got up 21 in the same game.
What was his percentage from out there?
He was 8 for 21. Donovan was 8 for 26.
So they hopefully they won't do it during the regular season because if they're doing that during the season, I mean it's gonna
That's
be a
not a
long season.
recipe for winning. That's not a recipe for winning from that team.
No, no,
They
no, no, it isn't. It's not.
respectively, Garland had 23 and Donovan Mitchell had 24, and that's with Donovan shooting 26 shots and Garland shooting 21 shots. That's not a recipe for winning. What'd you
Nope.
say to that, Dex, about Cleveland?
I mean, Cleveland is who they are. I don't expect them to do much anyway, so I don't really care what Donovan do over there.
Oh, okay. All right, moving along. Atlanta. another team I think we probably all interested in seeing this year. I don't know if you guys have seen any of their games so far, but Trey and Murray has been playing together, guys. And I got a question before we go into them because I don't know if I asked you guys, but I asked somebody this, and I want to answer from you two. Who should be the primary point guard on this team, Murray or Young? You guys don't have to rush.
Who's
Dex,
the you talking
Connie,
about? You
which
got
one
you
of
got you
y'all?
got the you talking about Dejounte Murray, right? Over there.
Yeah,
Right?
which
Who's
one?
up?
All right, I'm gonna ask the question again. Atlanta Hawks, Javante Murray, Trey Young. Who should be the primary point guard on this team?
Well, I would say Trey Young. I mean, if Dejounte Murray is the better 3-point shooter, put him at the shooting guard. Trey Murray. I mean, Trey facilitate that offense.
All right, now wait. I'm gonna stop you there. Do you think Murray's 3-point percentage is better than Trey Young?
No, okay. Who else is a better shooter? Okay, my bag. Yeah, no, absolutely not. So I would say put you could put Trey Young at the two. That
Can he
Dejounte
play the
Murray at
two?
the.
Can
I,
he play the two at his size?
I believe he can because quick as he is, he get and they do a lot of give him a lot of pick and roll and screens and stuff like that. He should be able to capitalize off of that. Yeah, but yeah, I see
Okay,
what you're saying, Marvin, because he's gonna be a liability on defense
that's
against
right.
against bigger players. So I do
That's right.
understand that too. Yeah. So that's gonna be a
But
tricky
I don't want
situation.
I don't want you guys to lose the fact that they actually are playing good. They playing well together though. The team is playing well together because Collins is playing well since he came back. So they
Yeah.
actually been looking good. They've been looking good as a duo. And I looked at it like this. I would never designate neither one of them for the pure point guard position. I let them just, periodically this guy bring it up. Next time he bring it up.
Yeah, rotate. Yeah. That way, that's the best way of playing it. Then, yeah.
Now, with Murray being on his team, I noticed that Capella's shots have went down and his production and scoring has went down. Do you think that'll hurt him, or do you think they don't need as much scoring from him now that they got Murray? Because he is rebounding the ball. He still had 15 rebounds against a Cleveland team that is gigantic. You know that.
Hey,
So
Clint
I say,
Capella.
go ahead.
No, Clint Capella. Yeah, he gonna be able to adjust because when the team is doing bad, they're gonna probably need him to step up the offense when they need to. So they gonna be Clint Capella gonna be fine.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna do one more team, and it's a little after 12. I know Flight going. Well, I'm gonna do two more teams. Flight gonna be kicking us off here in a minute, and I'm gonna do a team that Dex love to talk about, and that's the New York Knicks.
Hell, I don't
Now,
love to talk about no New York Knicks.
well,
That's
I said that real funny like Dex. You should have knew that. But the
that's
reason
Flight's
I'm bringing
thing.
them up, the
Shit,
reason I'm bringing them
that
up,
might keep us on longer. Shit, you talking about flight gonna kick us off? That might keep us up on longer. Talking about them damn Knicks.
yeah, you damn right. I just thought about that. But I say this. I wanted to talk about them because all of you. Well, I know Dex know. I speak to a lot of guys in panels in New York, and I'm telling you now, these guys are high on the Knicks, very high. They are preaching upwards of 50
They're
wins.
goofy. Come on, you know
They,
they goofy.
Die hard Knicks fans though. That's one thing for sure.
hey, look, I'm not on
How
here
the
to
hell you gonna
bash
be
the
high
Knicks
on the
fans.
Knicks on a 5'10"
I'm not
point
here
guard?
to bash the Knicks fans. I'm here to ask you guys some questions about the Knicks. All
Go
right.
ahead.
All right. Here's the question I have. With them not moving Julius Randle and Obi Toppin still being on this team, is that a problem?
I think Obi Toppin and Julius Randle can coexist. I honestly think that. I just think that how will Thibodeau scheme for these two? Because both of them look like offensive threats.
You're right. That's a good take, Dex.
Well,
because
yeah, but
I've actually mentioned that. I mentioned before you go, Vance, I've actually mentioned that ample times, plenty of times,
yeah,
and I always felt that Thibodeau was the problem with that combination. I always felt the best players play, and if
right.
you felt that Toppin was one of your better players, he should get some playing time, regardless of your thoughts about how much you like to play veterans. And if you're definitely not winning, I believe he gets more playing time. Go ahead, Phonics. Go ahead, Cal.
Yeah. Like I said, like it got to be some type of form of accountability over there for the team performance. They playing good, but also you got to. I know D Rose was talking about the team. Like he said, he talked to most guys over there. The guys got to stop being um, getting offensive. I should be able to. I mean, you should be able to take criticism because I think that's one problem that Julius Randle have over there. They, trying to tell, showing ways that you could be better. Know what I'm saying? You gotta take criticism. If you can't take criticism, that's no sign of what I'm saying, being on a team that's no sign of getting better as a player. And also on a team that you're trying to build chemistry with. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, New York gonna
Yeah.
have their work cut off for them this season.
And another reason I brought it up is because, New York was undefeated until this last game that they just played against the
Yeah,
Indiana Pacers. And if you guys could have heard in their on their panels how they were talking after the first two wins, and after they lost one game to Indiana in the preseason, how different Knick fans changed that fast. It was mind-boggling to me. But I didn't want to go further with that. I did want to give a shout out to one guy on Indiana, and that's Benedict Mathurin. Guys, this is another young player that was just recently drafted that we all need to keep our eyes on. This kid is good. In this game alone, I know it's preseason, Dex. I'm gonna keep saying that. He played 30 minutes, and he was playing against the starters against New York when he did this. He was 8 out of 13 from the field, 11 out of 12 from the free throw line, 27 points. He is got a man. He is already a grown man in a young mind with a young
That's
mind.
right.
I think he's only 19 or 20, but he's
Yep.
strong and he's
Yep.
been playing well. And Indiana's got some young talent over there, man, including Duarte and Buddy Hill. And Miles Turner was playing, and I was looking at him. He put up 10 points in 24 minutes. He was 0 for 3 from 3, his specialty. He didn't hit a 3. And I don't see him having, he had no blocks. He had one block in his game, another one of his specialties. He gave him 10 points. But I think McConnell is over there playing well, man. He played pretty well. Buddy Hill is struggling right now. But they got some young players on this team, including they got a young kid on this team too. Mathurin is actually the youngest kid on there, but he played well. And his Newhart, he played well also. He had 15 points. So just wanted to address them two teams because as quiet as it kept, Indiana lost to New York earlier in the preseason. Is why I go back and mention this all the time to people about how preseason games don't mean nothing to some teams and it means more to others. The
yeah,
coaches really instilled in Indiana's head in the second game against the Knicks in the preseason that they wanted them to win this game, and they
yeah.
played like they wanted to win it. And New York was upset. Now New York played a good game. They lost it late in the third. I mean, late in the fourth. But while doing, Brunson had his worst game of the preseason. He went 4 for 14, and the New York fans were kind of worried about that. So
Well,
the last questions I have to you is, do you think Brunson is a good fit for the Knicks?
well. That's what they're making us saying that Bronson is the greatest thing that happened to the New York Knicks. So maybe we gonna find out. Or how can we say this? We gonna know what the first 10 game. Well, how can we judge a team the first 10 to 15 games of the season? That's how that's what we're gonna find out about the team, especially the Knicks. That's not expected to do anything. Yeah, I think the Knicks, should have a chip on their shoulders because they don't have nothing to play for. Nobody is expecting them to make it to the playoffs or nothing.
Well, let's not say nobody because everybody in New York feels that.
I mean
How
New
about that?
York. I'm sorry, my bad for all the New York fans. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, before I go any further, Cal, who is your team? Lakers?
I'm going with Chicago. I mean, I like
Oh,
the
you're a Bull.
Lakers.
Okay, you like the Bulls.
I,
Okay, well
yeah.
we address the Bulls here in a minute. But I didn't went through quite a few teams. I have one more though. Hang on, because I wanted to because it's kind of not enigma to me. Oh, hang on one second. All right, and this team is going to be the Denver Nuggets. Now, I want to ask about this team here simply because I know a lot of sentiment is based on this team with health. But when you have a two-time MVP on your team, if you add anything else to that team, should that team be ready to go? And with them bringing back the players they brought back, there's a chance this team could be good.
Well,
So
yeah.
there is a chance. Yes, there's a chance this team could be good, man. I mean,
Yeah,
with
my
the
team.
experience,
Yeah,
without them, with the experience without the guys who just came back, and then bringing on Caldwell Pope and the other players that they brought on, along with Michael Porter Jr. And Murray coming back. Question to you, Kyle: where you see Denver fitting in the West? Top five, lower five, or in the play in?
they're gonna be in the playoffs, man. Because hell, they made it with Jokic by himself. Jokic damn took that team to new heights by himself. So with Michael Porter Jr. back and Jamal Murray and Caldwell Pope in the next bench they have, that should be in damn good shape to be a fit for a 16. But I see a 14 at best, 4 seed at
And
best.
don't leave out the acquisition of Bruce Brown.
Yeah, yeah, I forgot about him. Yeah,
Yeah, I think this team is quietly sleeping, crawling in the background, and people not paying real attention to them.
yeah,
And I think if they can get their stuff together now, we can all say that they have been healthy before, and they didn't do too well in the playoffs with the guys who were out, because that's when they battled against Utah, and Murray was putting up 50, but they still end up losing the damn games.
yeah.
So Denver is somebody I guess we all can say together that's going to be based on health also. And last but not least, before we get off the panel, I'm going to address my boys, the Bulls. Now, I'm going to go to their squad here because I want to get your take on them and I'm going to give mine. First of all, have you watched all of their preseason games?
No, I haven't. I can't probably catch the highlights here and there, but no, I haven't really looked at them.
Okay. Well, I want to start by saying this, quiet as it's kept. One thing the Bulls did pretty well consistently last year was have a high potent offense. Now, due to the players on their team, I think it probably bodes well that their offense probably will be high octane. But here in the preseason, the Bulls, here we are again, leading the NBA in scoring. Preseason, I'm going to make sure Dex hear that. But, questioning you, Kyle. Here's a question.
Okay.
Do you think the Bulls did enough in the preseason to put them in a place where they feel better about their progression going forward? Because their goal, in truthfulness, is to win a championship by this year or next year.
Well,
Yes.
yeah,
Now,
They ain't winning it
if
this
you
year.
look at the contract, the way
I,
that
I don't say it. As a pipe dream, you say yes. I'll be lying. I'll be lying to myself if I say yes. I see the Bulls winning the chip, and I know it's not true.
okay, well, listen. Let me just tell you why. Let me tell you why this
Okay,
is
okay, yeah, I'm
made up for
listening.
this.
Yeah,
It's made up for this like this. If
okay,
you look at the constructions of the contracts, their goal in the front office was to see the Bulls real high by the end of this season, beginning of next season. And far as I'm gonna let you give your take, but I'm gonna say this because of my vision that I've watched them, how they're growing and what's been happened to them. They have the pieces if they're healthy. But I believe the injury to Lonzo Ball in the long run, as long as we get him back, is going to help this team. Why? Because it's giving more minutes to players that want to get certain minutes. And if he gets back and becomes acclimated back to this team, that means the team becomes even more deeper. The Bulls have one of the deepest teams in the NBA. They did address a couple of things that was wrong with them, which is rebounding, a little bit of rim protection, and a little bit of shooting. So I'm gonna ask you again: projection of the Bulls, and where do you see the Bulls finishing up this year in the East? Top five, lower five, or don't even make the playoffs?
Man, I'm not gonna be critical of the Bulls like that. I'm gonna be honest. I say it's gonna be a little tough. I say we gonna probably be around the 7th, 8th seed at best because I'm just thinking about the other teams that's gonna be healthy this year. But you know, because we got to play I think it's gonna boil you down to we got to play defense because our best defensive player is not playing, but we got Caruso out there, so he's gonna be the best defensive player in the team. Well, plus, I mean,
All right.
Sumo's gonna play. He plays defense too, so that's gonna make up for Alonzo Ball not being there for maybe the first half of the season, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. And one more question before we go any further. I did want to ask you. First game of the season, Chicago Bulls at Miami. Is that game bigger than it seems because of what the Bulls did last year against top-notch teams? Should the
Oh, this
Bulls
game,
really should the Bulls really go after this game? Week 1, first game of the season, on the road at Miami.
this game is matter. This game matters. Yeah, this is a big game for us. This is a big game because I believe there's gonna be a testament to where we gonna stand. Well, I ain't gonna. It might be somewhat of a testament to where we can stand against big teams in the season because I know the Chicago Bulls schedule is going to be kind of tough too. Also,
Yeah. Well, I wanted to get in that. I'm happy you brought that up because if you're a Bulls fan, that the Bulls had the toughest schedule after the All-Star break last year, right?
yeah,
They had the toughest schedule of any NBA team after the All-Star break. Looking at their schedule
Marvin,
after
two
the All,
tears in a bucket.
oh no, I'm not using it for excuse. I'm saying it because I'm finna talk about their schedule after the All-Star break this upcoming season.
and Dex, I'm glad we talked about schedule. Dex and your Lakers, they got a tough schedule too this year, so we ain't gonna use nothing as an excuse. Okay, our
Right.
Lakers got
That's
a
what I'm
tough.
saying.
Yeah,
You got to
Lakers
fight.
got a
You
tough
got to
schedule
power
too.
through it.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
got to
yeah, yeah,
power through it.
yeah.
Well, I mean, we can say that in so many different ways when you think about it. It all depends on if you're in the East or the West. Both leagues has got so much better. Everybody's got a tough schedule.
Yeah, so
That's
nobody's
why.
safe. You
That's
right?
why the lesser teams have always been considered having the toughest schedules because they wanted the lesser teams playing against tougher competition every night. So strength of schedule
Yeah,
is based on how strong your team is in overall. Meaning, if you favored in every game, your strength of schedule is not considered that hard. But
Well,
if
I
you're
mean,
the underdog,
the strength of schedule has a lot of little sections that makes it what it is. Like your back to back nights, uh,
yeah, road games in
coming
a
off of,
row.
yeah, exactly right, road games, stuff
if you
like
got
that.
3 games in
So
4 nights, man, that's tough. You got 3 games in 4 nights.
yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah, shit,
Well,
that's
no,
gonna be tough.
hold it. Before y'all go any further with that one, I was on the panel and somebody told me that don't mean nothing. Now, do you guys agree? 3 games in 4 nights don't mean nothing.
It means
of
a
course
lot.
it
You got to
means
get
something.
you got to get sleepy in between too. It means a lot.
Damn
You got to
right.
get
That's what I
rest,
was trying to
rest and
explain.
reset.
I was trying to explain that to this guy. He's talking about, no, they professionals. They supposed to be able to handle it.
Well, that guy
Man, you
right
got
there
to be
was being
crazy.
obnoxious because you got to rest and reset. You got to let your muscles recalibrate because it's a lot of twitching, jumping, moving. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot
Hell
of
yeah,
inertia going a force of inertia that surrounds your body night in and night out playing basketball.
hell
So
yeah.
Yeah,
what?
man.
So how he can even fathom of thinking
Well,
that
his
that's not
mindset
important?
was they his mindset was they are professionals. They supposed to be able to handle it. Ain't that a bitch?
Well, they get paid to handle it, but your body still is being broken down night in and night out because you're
That's right.
exerting a lot of energy and your muscle expands and contracts throughout the course of 48 minutes.
And your performance is gonna show different when you tired. Real simple.
Of course. So that's why they go and they get those little protein shakes, and they drink a lot of nutrients to try to get those muscles, mainly creatine and amino acids to get those muscles to come back faster
Right.
in the what stage you call that?
I
Oh my
know what
God,
you're
it's
talking
late.
about.
Yeah, to get your
Protein.
no, I'm saying the protein shakes and the creatine and the amino acids and the isotopes and things of that nature
Right.
to get
Yeah.
your muscles back ready to exert themselves again. So in that relax and reset procedure, that's when those enhancements from those type of vitamins and intakes
Well, yeah.
do you
And
service.
I see why Michael
Yeah.
Jordan decided to smoke a cigar between games. Shit, I don't blame him. Back
Yeah,
then.
right. Before
Have
we
a
go any
motherfucking
further, I
drink
want
here
to
and
give a
there.
shout out to a couple of guys in the chat. The man 9,000 writes, Knicks are going to be bad regardless of them going 6-6 or 0-6. They still going to be bad. And Basil, shout out to you. I always try to give a little shout out to those Nuggets because a lot of people don't talk about the Nuggets a lot. As a matter of fact, we didn't get Deck's take on the Nuggets, but I know that's your team, Basil, so I try to bring them up to see how people feel about them. I think people sleeping on them, Basil, and I think that's the best way to go in the season. You don't want to be recognized. I want to be lesser known. I don't want no target on my back. So I think they're in a good position. But I think once they start winning, everybody's going to start looking at them. So all that hiding in the woods is going to come on right out to light.
Exactly.
So
You can't hide in the NBA.
no, once you know, but just like that's why I was trying to explain to Sky. Pelicans ain't sneaking up on nobody no more. So you can get ready. Everybody gonna be ready for their ass. That's for sure. But
Hey,
Dex, you never gave me a take. You never gave me a take on the Nuggets. I'm pretty sure Basil would love to
Well,
hear it. What you
I
think?
did give you a take on the Nuggets.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Yeah.
hey Marvin, I want to
And here
say
come
Yo,
Flight.
we about to get up out of here. We're
All
gonna
right, Flight.
pull back up tomorrow.
all right, Flight, yeah, we'll be back up. All right.
Take care,
Shout out
guys. Salute
everybody. Peace
everybody.
and love. Shout out Dak.
All
Shout
right,
out
shut up.
everybody.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.